Good afternoon. I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to the January 31st, 2024 City Council meeting. We acknowledge we are on traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and home of the Métis Nation. City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as all those people from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of City Council and administration will be attending the meeting today through video conferencing, and again, microphones and cameras off when you go to speak, microphones and camera on. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the addition of the list of registered delegations? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from December 6th and 13th, 2023 meetings of City Council? Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Can I get a seconder? I'm trying to make eye contact. Councillor LeBlanc, any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. We'll now consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted upon without debate as one item, regardless of the number of agenda items included in it. These items included in this meeting's consent agenda are marked on the published agenda in blue. The consent agenda for this meeting includes the following items: CR 24-2, the Globe Theatre capital funding, and CR 24-3, the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District 2022 annual report. I'll now ask if any member wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda for consideration and debate at this meeting. Seeing no one, can I have someone move a motion to approve the consent agenda? Oh, okay. Councillor LeBlanc, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli. I'll ask the clerk. Oh, Councillor Bresciani, yes?
Sorry, just it was cutting out there. Are you saying for the consent agenda, like we would be taking those out to speak on those three?
No. We're just because they come from executive committee and they have, one is a receive and file and one has a future meeting date attached to it. And so if you wanted to pull one off to debate it at council, otherwise the Globe Theatre is coming back to council or executive committee, I believe, in February. And so really these are from
executive. Okay, then that's fine.
Got it? Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. So I will just ask the clerks to start the vote.
Mayor Masters, the motion to approve the consent agenda has passed in a vote of 9-0. And for the record, Councillor Findura and Councillor Nelson are currently away from the meeting.
Thank you to the clerks. Up next, we have public notice report for item CR 24-1. I would like to call upon delegation Dr. Vanessa Matthews. Dr. Matthews, as you approach, I will ask you to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which they may have some questions for you. Welcome.
Perfect, thank you. I'm Vanessa Matthews. I'm an associate professor in geography and environmental studies at the University of Regina and also a resident of Ward 1. Good afternoon. I am speaking to you today.
Sorry to interrupt, Mayor Master. I am going to remove myself for this item, as I do have someone in my family that does development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I apologize for not acknowledging that sooner. Thank you. Apologies. Please, okay. We'll reset the clock and please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon. I am speaking to you today in support of the Housing Accelerator Fund Expanding Citywide Housing Options Report. The proposed amendments provides an important first step in addressing our intensification and housing supply issues and lays the groundwork for building a more equitable and sustainable city. I want to speak in favor of the 3 amendments in the report. First, low-density zones will increase to 4 units as of right development in the intensification area and 2 units in the greenfield area. This will allow density to be added throughout the established areas of the city in particular and will start to provide housing choice for for those that don't want to or can't afford to live in a single-family dwelling. Single-family dwellings currently account for 63% of our housing supply, according to the last census. In other words, this is not a disadvantaged housing form in our city. By increasing the number of permitted units, we will start to see the addition of missing middle housing, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes throughout our low-density areas. This is considered to be gentle density, meaning that we're not adding high-rises smack in the middle of a low-density street. Instead, we would be adding additional units that can accommodate growth that fit the context of the neighborhood. The low-density zoning classification is widely referred to as exclusionary zoning, speaking to its historic emergence in North American cities to protect neighborhoods from racial and economic diversity. For those concerned with how the proposed amendments may threaten property values or the character of the neighborhood, I would ask what and who exactly is the property and neighborhood being protected for and from. The costs of connecting and maintaining roads and services in a sprawled-out city are far higher compared to a compact one, which is more likely to affect values as resources become stretched. In terms of character, all neighborhoods change over time. The neighborhoods that we live in today look very different than they did 50 years ago or from when they were first established. The amendments proposed in this motion will allow incremental growth to take place to foster affordability and housing diversity and supply, which will be appealing to young people, recent immigrants, seniors, singles, and small families, among others. Second, the proposal to increase height limits in the mid and high density zones as outlined will provide certainty in the development process. Given that the new proposed permitted height limits are consistent with the current discretionary use limits, I see this change as reducing red tape and time spent by council debating every project. Lastly, the amendment to shift parking minimums from required to recommended is a critical element in building flexible and diverse housing choice. Similar to other prairie cities, Regina was designed around the car. In addition, over time, we have allowed an oversupply of parking to form. As an example, Regina's downtown needs reconstructive surgery to repair the sutures caused by parking lots. Our dependency on the car is not a cultural issue, nor is it a winter city issue. It's a design issue. If we build viable options for people to move from one location to another using public transit or active transportation, we lower our dependency on vehicles. I support shifting our minimums to recommended to allow the market to dictate what is necessary and to offer the potential for more housing units. The cost of parking is generally downloaded onto a tenant or owner of a unit. By eliminating the requirement, developers, both for-profit and non-profit, can assess the specific context in which they are building. This opens up space for other land uses besides parking, which adds interest in human-scale development. Adding density throughout the established areas of our city will reduce the long-term economic burden of sprawl and set us on a correct future path. Increased density levels will eventually support investment into public transit and add housing choice and affordability to all areas of our city and create vitality and interest in our core neighborhoods. It will foster walkability and support active transportation. It will allow us to build a people-focused city where no one is left behind or pushed to a restricted set of geographies due to a lack of housing options. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matthews. Does any member of council have any questions of the delegate? I don't see any. So thank you very much for being present this afternoon. All right. Up next, I would like to call upon Stu Niebergall. Mr. Niebergall, as you approach, I will ask you to do the same, to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which there may be some questions for you. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. My name is Stu Niebergall, the President and CEO of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. I'll start off by basically saying pretty much ditto to everything the previous delegate had said, and I'll kind of save all those kind of comments. But our association's been very supportive of the City of Regina's application to access its fair share of the Government of Canada's $4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund. The HAF is an investment by the federal government designed to support local government to create more homes faster. The housing boom most of Canada experienced from 2020 to 2022 did not manifest itself in the Regina marketplace like it did in other major prairie cities. As a result, the residential construction sector has found itself in a precarious situation, no longer having the confidence to make major investments into future housing supply. While the new home building industry is building exceptionally close to demand, it would not take much of an uptick in population growth for Regina to once again find itself in a housing crisis like it did more than a decade ago. Taking action through the HAF is a unique opportunity to take some steps to get ahead of the housing supply curve. The HAF is a program the Canadian Home Builders Association has long lobbied for, and we are pleased the federal government delivered on many of these recommendations. The recommendations outlined in this motion not only move forward the application of the HAF funding, they align with the recommendations in Councillor Bob Hawkins' housing motion before City Council and the recommendations set out by our association in the paper Accommodating Growth, the Delicate Balance Between Greenfield and Infill Growth. So we encourage City Council to approve these recommendations and move forward your instructions from November 22nd. Let's take advantage of this once-in-a-generation funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Niedergall. Does any member of council have any questions for Mr. Niedergall? Oh, go ahead, please, Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So through the chair, my question is simply to Mr. Niedergall. Once some of these changes happen, these bylaw changes, and how do you see the take-up from the housing developers in the city?
You know, I think the take-up ultimately will be modest, but it's a start and it's a place to go. I can appreciate that, you know, some citizens may have a fear of all these mid-rise buildings appearing all around them in a matter of moments. That won't be the case. This is still a relatively soft market, you know, so yeah, I mean, something will show up on a vacant lot here and somebody will invest in a vacant lot there. And again, as the previous delegate described, this will be a very gentle approach to improving our density.
Okay, so, and I guess to follow up through the chair, you're not aware of people who are just at the door waiting, banging on the door, waiting for these changes to happen?
No, I think I mean, there will be some, you know, and again, they'll be highlighted and those stories will get captured and promoted in media and, you know, through council and that. But again, there is not a wealth of investment ready to knock on the door here. You know, there's, you know, besides this, there are other many challenges in terms of attracting the investment, you know, for more housing supply within our community. And some of those things are market challenges, you know, at this particular moment. So, you know, we've seen that in greenfield growth. You know, you see developers are not investing right now in, you know, more greenfield development on those next steps. You know, you look at the downtown, you know, right now, again, coming out of the pandemic, you're not seeing a lot of investment in anything new, you know, and, you know, so again, there's a bit of a market issue. The item is when things are not crazy, you know, and the market is softer, these are the times to be getting these type of things in order so that when growth does return, which it's naturally going to be, our city, our policies, our processes are well in place to take advantage of that, as opposed to trying to catch up.
Okay, and that was going to be my other question. So you've kind of answered it already. Okay. So through the chair, just to confirm, you're saying that these changes are still necessary, even if there's not going to be an avalanche of development immediately. It will be gentle development, but you do see these changes as quite necessary so that we're prepared for growth.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you know, in the most simplest version, you know, our intensification targets, you know, and our OCP say these are the kind of buildings we should be able to build in the marketplace. So this change, all it really means at the end of the day is our zoning is going to reflect, those previous decisions.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stadnichuk. Mr. Niebergall, I don't see any other questions from council.
Great.
Thank you very much for being here, and I'll see you in a little bit. I would like to call upon delegation Jenna Schrader. Did I get it right? All right. Could you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, and the place that you reside? You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which they may have some questions for you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Jenna Schrader. I'm the Executive Director of the Provincial Capital Commission based here in Regina. I'm here today on behalf of the Provincial Capital Commission Administration to provide feedback on Phase 1 of the City's Housing Accelerator Fund planning policy initiatives. The Provincial Capital Commission Board of Directors has not discussed this report because of the tight timing of the report going to Regina Planning Commission and now to Council. Before I begin my remarks, I want to commend the City Administration for their work to date on this project. The initiatives outlined in Appendix A of the report represent transformational change for the entire City Administration and partners, including the Provincial Capital Commission. And I look forward to working collaboratively with administration to plan for additional residents in the city. The Provincial Capital Commission is a statutory partnership between the Government of Saskatchewan, the City of Regina, and the University of Regina. The Provincial Capital Commission is responsible for the preservation and stewardship of the land, heritage and culture, enhancements and maintenance of assets and service delivery, facilitation of visitor experiences, and regulation of use in Wascana Centre. These responsibilities are authorized and guided by the Provincial Capital Commission Act and the Wascana Centre Master Plan. The Wascana Centre Master Plan provides a roadmap to guide future growth, development, and sustainability in Wascana Centre and beyond. Planning for the Wascana Centre has a long history. The first plans were developed in 1913, and the first master plan was proposed in 1962. For more than 100 years, Wascana Centre has been a jewel in the crown of the Queen City. Policies to restrict the height limit of buildings within and surrounding Wascana Centre have been included in the master plan for many decades. The rationale for these policies is to maintain a skyline dominated by trees from viewpoints within and outside Wascana Centre, and to preserve views of significant existing buildings, particularly the Legislative Building, which is intended to be seen from many points in Wascana Centre, the City of Regina, and beyond. In the current 2016 version of the master plan, building heights are referenced in Principle 15 on page 60, subsection 5.5, visibility of surrounding development on page 111, and subsection 6.3, encouragement of initiatives by others on page 120. These pages are included in my written submission. These three portions of the master plan place height restriction of 13 meters for development within and in a defined area around Wascana Centre. Section 5-2 of the Provincial Capital Commission Act states, notwithstanding the Planning and Development Act 2007, if there is a conflict between the master plan and an official community plan adopted pursuant to the Planning and Development Act 2007, the master plan prevails. Municipal official community plans and zoning bylaws must align with each other and be consistent with the Planning and Development Act 2007. In the case of the Wascana Centre Master Plan, provisions within the Master Plan supersede provisions in the City of Regina's official community plan and by extension zoning bylaw. While the City of Regina is the approving authority for development outside the boundaries of Wascana Centre, provisions within the Wascana Centre Master Plan limit approvals to a maximum of 13 meters high. Some of the proposed regulations in Appendix E of this report exceed 13 meters and contravene the Wascana Centre Master Plan. The master plan is currently under review. Extensive public, stakeholder, and Indigenous engagement began in February 2023. The final stage of engagement is anticipated to begin later in February or early March this year. During this stage, online feedback will be welcomed on the final draft of the master plan. The City of Regina has been actively engaged in the master plan review. Thank you to all the officials who have dedicated time to review materials, attend meetings, and provide feedback to the consulting team and directly to me. I've heard your feedback to remove all references to the 13-meter height restriction outside the boundaries of Wascana Centre. I cannot presuppose the Provincial Capital Commission Board of Directors' decision on the final contents of the master plan. This decision is anticipated for the end of May 2024. Assuming the 13-meter high restriction remains, the Provincial Capital Commission administration is willing to conduct a study to model building heights in the area surrounding Wascana Centre to understand the potential implications of increased building heights. The timing of this work and any decisions about changing the height restriction and area of applicability would need to be made by the Provincial Capital Commission Board of Directors. I ask that City Council, 1, exempt the area subject to the 13-meter high restriction in the Wascana Centre Master Plan from the proposed zoning bylaw amendments. 2, direct City Administration to work with the Provincial Capital Commission Administration to undertake a study to model building heights in the area surrounding Wascana Centre. And 3, direct City Administration to work with the Provincial Capital Commission Administration to create development standards in response to the building height study. Once this work is complete, decision items will be brought forward to both the Provincial Capital Commission Board of Directors and City Council. The Provincial Capital Commission does not want to prevent the City of Regina from receiving a Housing Accelerator Fund grant. I'd be pleased to arrange a meeting with the City of Regina and federal government officials to discuss the unique context of Wascana Centre in Regina and a path forward that supports the goals of all organizations. Thank you, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions Council has.
Sorry, taking notes. Oh, boy, we got a light up for you here. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. This question will be posed to the city solicitor and administration. Just want to make sure I understand your interpretation of the legislation. So there's an act that provides power and authority to the Provincial Capital Commission. There's legislation related to the scope of our jurisdiction and the crafting of official community plans. Your reading of the legislation is that your authority actually spills over beyond the Provincial Capital Commission to regulate lands outside of your boundaries.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. Yes, Councillor Stevens, the way that I am interpreting our act, the authorities in the act and the master plan, because on page 111 of our master plan, there's an area outlined in red in the section visibility of surrounding development, where building heights, it says that new buildings should be limited to 13 meters high. The City of Regina is still going to be receiving and reviewing development applications in that area. The Provincial Capital Commission is an agency that gets consulted, but the way that I am interpreting this is that new development should be within that 13-meter height limit.
Thank you. Should, but not shall or can't. So it sounds like it's advisory. Would that be a fair statement?
Thank you for that question, and through the chair, I understand that the words, the specific words in the master plan are should as opposed to shall or must. I am interpreting the policy in a broader sense of the intent is to protect the view shed, protect visibility within and surrounding Wascana Centre. So I am taking it more literally as 13, and I know the question can be posed to the city solicitor of how the city is interpreting that.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, what then is the next step? Would it be, an injunction against whatever bylaws or regulations we impose, or rather that there's a consultation potentially to change your master plan or to change what we're presented with? I'm kind of curious what the game plan would be going forward.
And thank you for that question. The intent, as I stated in my remarks, our intent as the administration is not to stop the application. So is there an opportunity that we can work together between administration and if there's any federal government officials to include in this to understand that there is a unique context here? I can't presuppose any decisions that the board may take, but what I can reiterate is we want to be good partners. We want to collaboratively plan for the area between PCC and the city.
That part's fair and I respect it. Maybe I could ask, if you have no institutional knowledge of this, that's fine. There is a large apartment building right across the street. Can you talk about the harms that it has created, one, and second, how did the Capital Commission, I think before it would have been the Wascana Centre Authority, how did it respond to that specific example?
Through the chair, can I just clarify, are you talking about Roberts Plaza?
Correct, yeah.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I don't have the institutional history of any kind of consultation or any feedback on Roberts Plaza. If I remember my history correctly, that building was built before there were even height restrictions in the city zoning bylaw. But there were previous applications throughout the years that have come to the Provincial Capital Commission where buildings within this area in red on page 111 have been forwarded. They're above the 13-meter height limit. The last one that I could speak to, because I came to the Provincial Capital Commission just as the development in Evans Court was being considered by council, and I know that one was above 13 meters, below the 20 meters, and the feedback that was provided at that time was to highlight the sections of the master plan, the 13-meter limit there, and to specify that the development didn't meet the intent of the master plan. But what we've seen over the last number of years is these applications are few and far between, that they can really be looked at on a context-specific basis of what is the potential implications of a building in a specific location. And when it came to Evans Court, the specific location next to it with Regina Christian School, the building was already higher, so we were not imposing an additional height limit. And that building is also right across the street from the TC Douglas building and a parking lot as well. So there was enough of a separation that it wasn't imposing too much of a height any kind of limitations on the center. And there are existing buildings within Wascana Center that already block the view from that site to the legislative building. So in that specific case, it wasn't one that really had a detrimental impact. But going forward with broad sweeping zoning amendments, the consideration here is what opportunity would the Provincial Capital Commission have to participate in development applications if those minimum height standards are lifted and as of right development. I know it's a future phase, but going up to 20 meters, we really lose the opportunity to engage.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. I have Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Jenna, thank you for appearing, for highlighting this issue. I appreciated Councillor Stevens' questions and the clarity which you brought to those questions. I'm going to leave aside the legal issues. We'll let the lawyers argue about those. I anticipate that the city is going to try and accommodate the changes set out in the Accelerator Fund, is not going to want to disturb the possibility of getting $39 million to improve housing. In that eventuality, how do you see the Provincial Capital Commission going forward with the city to engage in the kind of conversation that you mentioned in your presentation?
Thank you for that question. And through the chair, how I foresee proceeding, and this is again assuming nothing changes in the new master plan, but there is always the opportunity, because it isn't final, for the board to make a decision on that height limit before the master plan is approved. But assuming the 13 meter stays as it is, what my recommendation would be to put forward a project. We would have to scope it first to understand what are the different viewpoints where we might want to really look at and sort of model what would those heights be. So picking some sites within Wascana Centre and also outside of Wascana Centre to do that modeling of what buildings would be in the foreground, what buildings would be in the background, what are sort of the height limits or maximums before there's any kind of negative impact on views. And just to date, we haven't done that type of analysis. And this standard has been in the master plan for the better part of 4 decades. And without that additional information, I just don't have the ability to make a recommendation right now on, is 13 meters still appropriate? Is a higher standard appropriate? We just need to do the work. So I would foresee doing a scoping exercise and bringing in city officials as well to really understand from their perspective what makes sense to them. We'd have to determine a budget. Depending on that budget, the threshold that I have is if it's under $25,000, I can get quotes from contractors without going through a full procurement process. If it's over $25,000, we have to do the full procurement. All of that would take some time to do, but then engage the consultant and help rely on some of their expertise of how we would proceed with determining viewpoints, doing the modeling, and then once we have that modeling, are there development standards that we want to consider so that if buildings are higher, are they still being sensitive? Are they still fitting in with the landscape?
Thank you. Through the chair, to this point in the consultations over the new master plan, has this issue of height limits been raised?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, the issue has been raised, but so far we've only heard it from the City of Regina. The general public, the stakeholders we have engaged, have not mentioned this piece.
And finally, through the chair, assuming all of this goes ahead, assuming that the lawyers decide that the boundary is at the edge of the verge line, which is the red line you refer to, I believe, is it your submission that the master plan extends beyond that boundary, or is it limited at that boundary?
Through the chair, just to clarify, the legal definition of the verge within the within the Provincial Capital Commission Act is far more restricted. The definition in the Act speaks about the other side of the street, in the streets that are surrounding Wascana Centre. What's in the master plan on page 111 exceeds that area, and the intent of it is to protect those views. So if I understand the question correctly, the master plan itself still would apply within Wascana Centre. This area, the area in red, and I know administratively we call it the verge, but there is a difference between the legal definitions here, but that area in red would be a height overlay with the City of Regina, and what's existing right now in the zoning bylaw in Chapter 8 is a height overlay that states that development is limited to 13 meters high. Anything over that is discretionary. So there is already provisions in the city zoning bylaw.
Just one final point. Suppose the city solicitor's submissions, and I don't know what they are correct. Would you still be asking that the city work on a protocol with the Provincial Capital Commission to deal with the height limitation issues that you've raised?
Through the chair, and thank you for that question, yes, I think no matter what happens today and in the next couple of months as the city is going through the decisions they have to make related to the Housing Accelerator Fund, I still would like the opportunity to work with administration to do this modeling and do this work. If I may just expand on the answer here, the National Capital Commission in Ottawa has a long-standing history of understanding and protecting their view sheds, and they do work with the City of Ottawa on approving developments that are within certain height limits to protect significant views of our national capital. So what I would ask is we do a smaller scale version here in Regina to protect important significant views for our province of our legislature and other historic buildings.
Thank you for your answers.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, my smart questions have been asked by Councillor Stevens already, like comparing the apartment block. I'm only left with one. This all seems to come from the basis of a viewpoint of the legislature within our city. We don't have any hills here. We have no cliffs. We have no mountains. If I stand a block and a half back, my view is blocked by a house already. How do you enable that view of the legislature within a flat place such as Regina, and from what vantage point do you take that view when you're deciding about heights and elements of height? Just trying to imagine where the view is from. I hate that to sound so simple, but like I live in Regina and I can't see nothing from my house, so just trying to understand how that actually pans out in our city.
John, thank you for that question. It's a very good question, Councillor. Within Wascana Centre itself, around the West Lake, existing buildings that we have are set back from the lake, so really around almost the entire lake, unless you're blocked by trees, you can see the legislature. From areas, it's still within Wascana Center, but Wascana Hill, right by Douglas Park, that does have elevation, so you get a beautiful view of the entire city from that point. Another very interesting view that I didn't think would be a view, and it may or may not make it into this study, but as you're traveling from White City into Regina along Highway 1, you come to the junction where if you continue going straight, you continue to Victoria Avenue, but if you take the flyover on the bypass, there's this incredible view that hit me one day where in between the flyover and the road, you see the dome, and you only see the dome. And it's a spectacular view from so far away from the center of the city, you wouldn't think you'd see it. But that's also, you can see as you drive around the city, you can be kilometers away from the city and you see our skyline. You see the beautiful buildings of downtown, and you can also very clearly see the ledge because we are so flat. So we would need to do additional work that closer into the center. When you are a pedestrian on the ground, what do you see? And another thing to consider as well is, are there any important views from within buildings? I know with City Hall itself, City Hall is in a beautiful alignment with the ledge right now. Do we want to, depending on how high up you are in the building, is there any kind of view protection we want? So within the building, you can still see that.
Thank you for the
I hope that
explanation.
helps.
I hope no one stops on the flyover to check it out, though. That sounds dangerous. Thank you.
Just keep driving and enjoy it for the 10 seconds you see it.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Manzulli. I don't see other questions, but I do have a few, Jenna. Being a person on the 15th floor, the view is spectacular. But I'm going to suggest, unlike somewhere like, and I believe it's downtown Vancouver, City Hall has an actual bylaw that you can't block their view of the ocean. And if anybody wants to block my view too, they're welcome to build that building. I'd take that all day long. And I think that's actually a little bit of my point. And it's interesting, and I think Councillor Stevens and Councillor Hawkins are both correct in that we might leave the lawyers to duke it out. In terms of the provision of the act that you provided, it's notwithstanding the Planning and Development Act, there's a conflict between a master plan and an OCP adopted pursuant to the Planning and Development. The master plan prevails. So what is the difference between portions of the act itself and then the principles that are added in? Do you know the difference between, and I'm actually curious, the legal difference between I got something in an act and then I've got attachments in terms of how the principles of the master plan have been defined?
And thank you for that question, and I hope I can provide some clarity on this. What is also within the act here, it's on the same page of what I had included about contents of the master plan. So within the act, it's permissive to say the Wascana Center Master Plan can incorporate a number of statements and a number of policies. There's nothing in here about a height restriction. That comes within the master plan, so there isn't a legislated standard that we're working towards here. But some of the statements that we can have about development and land use, conservation and improvement of physical environment, providing service facilities, what have you, all of those items, very broad in nature, are reflected within the master plan. Now, the master plan itself, that's where additional provisions coming in here about the importance of views within Wascana Center, outside of Wascana Center, that's the principle that we are talking about, and then providing some additional guidance there. So there is policy statements about we want to protect the view, we want to maintain a skyline dominated by trees, and then the new buildings should be limited to 13 meters, and I know that appears in several of those locations. So in terms of the hierarchy, it's not within the act, so it's not a statutory requirement, but it is a policy within the master plan, and I hope that provides some clarity.
Yeah, it does, and I think I'm inclined to actually let the lawyers duke it out. Sorry, you're welcome. I guess, we just heard from, a couple delegates ago from Dr. Vanessa Matthews, and I think, Dr. Matthews, I hate to put words in your mouth, but a little bit of it is about cities change, and we had one theory and thought 40 years ago, and we have another theory and thought now, and I don't think you'll find anyone on council who doesn't cherish Wascana Center and what it provides and the beauty. It is our site. No, it's not a mountain, it's not an ocean or a lake, it's our site. It's beautiful, it's managed, really appreciate all the programming that happens there and the development there. But what I think my issue is right now, today, is that view and accessibility. And so when we can put multifamily residential for rental and allow more people to live within walking distance of that park, I think the accessibility of the park might trump the view in my world. And that's just me. And then we know there are exceptions. If I look along College Avenue and at the corner of College and Albert and along College Avenue, there's a number of buildings that are in excess of 13 meters, and you're right, they could have completely been constructed before 1962. Arguably, knowing some of our permitting, it's probably true. But clearly, they work in the context of the park. And so, from your perspective, Wascana, and the PCC, if we pass this as it is with as opposed to an exemption, a proviso that further work be looked at as it relates to the verge zone, so to speak, so that we could more clearly define it, because part of what we're trying to do is provide certainty. Is that acceptable? I know you're looking for a straight exemption, but would it be to pass it, but, as it relates to Wascana Center, that we do some further work there?
And thank you for the question, and to the rest of the council here. Absolutely, I'm fully aware that cities grow and cities change, and we've seen that within Wascana Center, particularly since the pandemic, of just the number of people who are coming to this space. We've got exponential growth in people who are coming to use events, people who are just coming down for recreation. So within our own operations, we have to adapt and we have to change. On the piece about the existing height limit, what I'm bound by in terms of my authority is the existing legislation, the existing master plan. I'm fully prepared to look at what those provisions are. Do they still make sense? And in my mind, a standard from 40 years ago that we haven't done the work to see if a new standard is applicable, that's an opportunity for us really to work together. Within the existing height, though, of 13 meters, you can get a 3, maybe a 4-story building. So in some locations, that already would be a densification from what we have. So I appreciate the comments, I appreciate the sentiment, and I absolutely would be willing to work with the city if there's a proviso on that we continue to work together and we have development standards that make sense for both of us. I think that achieves what we're both looking for.
I really appreciate it. I don't see any further questions from council. Really appreciate your presentation this afternoon. Thanks for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
All right, council, I would call upon delegation Sarah Sitar. Have I got this right? Okay. Oh, and Tamara Chikrin. All right. Thank you so much. Well, I'm going to have you state your names for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you happen to live. You're going to have 5 minutes to present to council, and they may have some questions for you afterwards. Good afternoon to you both.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Sorry, this is my first time. My name is Tamara Chikrin, and I'm representing Regina Energy Transition. RED is a group of concerned citizens who advocate for a quick and equitable energy transition here in Regina. I work as a parent support worker for teen and young parents out of the Rainbow Youth Center in North Central. Passing the zoning bylaw amendments is important to RED because denser neighborhoods promote more transit use, walking and cycling, and uses land that has already been developed, which all contributes to reducing Regina's carbon footprint. Scrapping parking minimums is also important to RED because it allows developers to more efficiently use the land available while also allowing for more dense neighborhoods. Other cities like Edmonton have already scrapped these minimums. Allowing these amendments gives Regina access to the Federal Housing Accelerator Fund and supports Regina's community plan density goal, which is currently not being met. Denser housing to me is important because it provides more affordable housing options and allows young adults and new Canadians into the housing market. Even though Regina is one of the more affordable cities in Canada, housing is expensive. Currently, my husband and I are holding off on starting a family until we can afford to buy a home. In my work, some of the families I serve live in the core of Regina. This area contains several aging and deteriorating single-family homes. Changing the zoning bylaws would allow development of multi-dwelling units or missing middle housing for low-income peoples next to the community supports they utilize, like Rainbow Youth Center, Carmichael, the North Central Family Center, Souls Harbor, and many others. Density allows us to build more complete communities. As we move forward, we need to ensure the city embraces inclusionary zoning, green development standards, building rental housing, and permits more social housing so that Regina is diverse and vibrant. Passing these amendments would make Regina a more equitable city, and RET supports this action. I will now let my friend Sarah speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Sitar, and I'm here on behalf of the community activist group Regina Energy Transition. Allowing for more gentle density by intensifying our existing built-up areas will not only support and encourage active transportation, but also create more housing options and lower our energy consumption. Regina is becoming a place where young people can only afford to live here for a long period of time if we have a family that can pass down a house or is making 6 figures. But this is not the case for most young people. As a student myself, allowing for more density will help me, like many other students in Regina, to have more affordable renting options and to also enter the housing market at a younger age. As a student who doesn't own a car and relies on active transportation like many of my peers and student coworkers, allowing for more density will also create viability and accessibility to access daily and recreational amenities. If we have more people living in an area and simply walking or biking down the street to get groceries or food or coffee, that also adds to the vibrancy of the city. Adding more density is not only key to diversifying and making housing affordable, but is also a
I'll second that motion, Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk.
I have nothing further to add, except that I think there are issues here that are important both to the city and the Provincial Capital Commission. I think that there's enough goodwill that these discussions could prove very fruitful.
Thank you very much. With regard to the amendment that's been moved, could I have, could administration please, whoever's going to take it, please comment on the amendment as it sits? You, got it? Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So certainly PCC is and we will certainly continue to collaborate with them in the work on their master plan and any future developments or opportunities as we see them through half. I think that there may be, as we move forward with our next couple of reports that we've outlined, there may be some longer timelines required for the work immediately around the park, which we can certainly accommodate. But I would say that this is certainly a reasonable request. I don't, Ms. Dawson, you may have.
You good? Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think it's reasonable. I would also like to hear from our city solicitor, because I think it's absolutely critical that we take a partnership approach to it. But our legal counsel that it is clear that municipal land, like we have the ability and frankly the authority to determine our guidelines as far as how we build it. And we always try and collaborate with all of our stakeholders and partners, and of course we would continue to do that. But I think it is important that we are also providing clarity on whether or not a master plan that is outside of the city would actually supersede our authority to make decisions on city land. So with that, I'd like to pass it over to you.
Ms. Williams, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. As we've heard Ms. Schrader indicate, Section 5.2 of the legislation that their master plan prevails. So those words are there. However, what I will say is to the extent that that master plan prevails is really confined to the authority of what that master plan contains. So as it relates to development and the use of land, that's clearly limited in Clause 5.1a of that legislation as well. And that is limited to statements of policy with respect to land under the Commission's jurisdiction. So the land that's under their jurisdiction, that's what it's confined to, so not outside of that. So on the face of that legislation, the master plan does not prevail on lands that are strictly within the city's authority.
Mr. Hawkins, do you have anything further to add?
Thank you, Mayor. I understand the replies. I tried in the amendment to be very careful not to make any legal conclusion at all about the legally between the lawyers. I think this just says, whatever the boundaries are, we hope you can work together to develop height standards, nor does the motion say which height, what happens in the event that you can't. It's simply a request to talk.
Partnership approach, I think, is the good one then. Okay, I need a seconder on Councillor Hawkins. Thank you, Councillor Maxinelli, before I finish. So on the amendment, Councillor Stevens, did you wish to speak on the amendment? Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, I guess just in terms of the scope, I see through the chair, I see the principle here, but for administration, how would you interpret this if they just say, no, this is what the master plan stipulates? Would you then come back to us with a report on the results of that discussion? Or do you read this and say, we had a negotiation, here's what the Capital Commission and we agreed to, and align with that new discussion? I just need to know what's going to come back.
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we've added a new section to our council reports that clearly says engagement. And in that section, we will include all engagement that we have done with stakeholders. And so that's why I appreciate that the motion doesn't go into the legality of it, but just because when I was listening to the delegation today, it did sound as though there was a belief that there was authority by the PCC on city land. So what I would say is that when the report came forward, we would make a recommendation, and in that recommendation, we would include feedback from all the engagement that we had done to get there.
Okay, but through the chair, will this delay the works being done, or this is simply a signal to the community that, yes, we're going to talk to you?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. In my conversations, this work that was outlined through the delegation would take some time. From my conversations, it would take into 25 or 26. And so we're hoping to bring forward the work under our half initiatives within 24. And so the decisions around the height limitations around PCC would be after that work is done. And so it may delay any approvals that would be immediately adjacent to Wascana Center. And I just wanted to clarify that timing and see if there was any comments on that.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair to the mover, look, I'll put my cards on the table. I want to approve this report now. I think it's important to go ahead. What do you foresee the value of this in terms of new standards that might come forward? Is this just a signal we're going to talk to you, here it is on the public record, or do we have to potentially delay promising projects and pretty lucrative real estate?
Thank you very much to the chair. I don't see any delay at all. I anticipate that the Housing Accelerator Fund amendments will be passed today, will go into force. They do contain height restrictions. They'll be enforced depending on what the legal process produces. It just says that after that, there will be further discussion between the city and the Provincial Capital Commission to clarify the issue of height restrictions.
Okay.
So I don't see this as impeding in any way on the content of the Housing Accelerator Fund motion before us, which I hope very much passes today and is enforced quickly.
One last time, just to make sure I'm clear, with this, it's feasible that if someone comes forward with a project within that catchment area, it could feasibly delay, even if we approve what we're approving now, it could feasibly delay a project because we have to wait for this. Is that correct?
Yeah, sorry, just to be clear, there's no ask for a report back to council on this, but if we approve 20 meters today, but go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So currently, we have projects that come forward where we consult with the PCC. I think the most recent one was an Evans Court project, and council had the authority to approve that project moving forward.
The master plan provides guidance, suggestions, encouragement, and we work with PCC, and we would be working with them on the master plan in place. We would pay closer attention, or I don't mean closer attention, but we would include maybe perhaps a little bit more conversation with PCC in the upcoming reports we have coming in the first quarter of this year, or the first 6 months of this year related to the half adjustments. And we would work with them, and then we would provide in our report, as Ms. Anderson indicated, an update on the engagement and the conversations that we've had. So I think Ms. Dawson wanted me to let her speak, but I would say that as we move forward, if a project, as these reports get approved and the amendments are approved to the zoning bylaw, that the likelihood of a project within the area would be considered.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dawson, did you?
Yeah, practically how this would work through your area anyways. We had initially thought through this work, we could review that overlay district and potentially adjust it or remove it altogether. We will not do that until we've had follow-up conversations. But what that practically means is that those applications can still come through to us. If they're over 13 meters, we would be sending them, they would be a discretionary use, and they would go to PCC for review, and we would come back. That's how it would practically apply.
Okay. I'll give it some thought. I'm in favor of reducing as many barriers as possible, but I appreciate the spirit.
Councillor Stanachek, I do see your hand, but Councillor LeBlanc was up next. He was quick on the button.
Thank you. I just want to ask to the chair, maybe to council, is the recommendation before us currently, not looking at the amendment, has 3 bullet points. The second of those is get the city solicitor to Appendix E. My question through the chair is, if the amendment passes, will we still get that bylaw at our draft meeting that's entirely consistent with Appendix E?
We're saying 20 meters. You're saying it's a discretionary use, but we're saying it's allowed. And so if we say it's allowed within the recommendations, does Councillor Hawkins' amendment mean you take it to be discretionary use still?
Yeah.
Through you, Mayor Masters, Councillor Hawkins' amendment is directing us to develop height standards in conjunction with PCC. And so I would say that until we actually develop those height standards in consultation with PCC, it would remain a discretionary use.
Sure. I guess for what it's worth, I don't hear Councillor Hawkins saying that's what he's intending the amendment to do. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but if there are wording changes to achieve the goal, I'm happy to hear those, and maybe to take them as a friendly amendment. So I'm happy to see the floor there, I guess.
Through the chair, through the mayor, the intent of the amendment is not to delay or interfere with the current process of approvals. It's not to hinder in any way the recommendations in the housing acceleration motion. It's simply to say, let's have a discussion. Now, until the discussion produced something, if it was going to produce something at all, I would anticipate that the existing standards or the process changing or the standards changing. But I'm uncertain.
Okay, through you, Mayor Masters, so if I can get some clarity. What I'm hearing is you would suggest that the height change, as we're proposing in the report, would go through, and we would continue having conversations with PCC, and if there is a change after those conversations, it would come back as another zoning amendment. Is that the intent?
Precisely, and that's how I'll cast my vote this afternoon.
Okay, so
Just one moment, Council. Give us a second here. Councillor LeBlanc, I'm actually, Ms. Ackerman, do you want to state that? I thought maybe there was a language change or a friendly amendment, not unlike you, but Ms. Ackerman seems to think she's got a complete handle on this, so you go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair. So my understanding of the amendment that's on the floor is Councillor Hawkins is simply directing administration to have a conversation with the Provincial Capital Commission, respecting height standards, and depending upon the information that comes out of that meeting they will determine if any amendments need to be made, and if they do, administration would then bring forward a report to council to consider. But this amendment in no regard affects the recommendation that's currently on the floor today that's being recommended to be approved.
Yeah, I think we just need to say that in the amendment. I think that's exactly on, and the way I'm thinking of it at least is that this would be a point 4 to the recommendation. So it would fall, so point 1, approve amendments as described in E, point 2, pass a bylaw, point 3, remove this from the report, point 4, continue the discussions, as Ms. Ackerman said. So
All right, how about right in the middle of it, to begin this particular amendment, Councillor Hawkins moved, notwithstanding the approval of the 3 recommendations within the report, City Council direct administration to work with the Provincial Capital Commission.
I would accept that as friendly.
Is that good? All right. Sorry, you want to say that for the public?
You got that?
Hoi vey. Okay. Does that make it a bit more clear for council that 1 through 3 want approved, notwithstanding those, continue that work as it relates to height requirements with Wascana Center, right?
That's fine by me, yeah. And so I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Councillor Stadnicek, you're good with questions now? Councillor Stadnicek, I think you're the seconder on this one? I believe you're the seconder. Are you okay with that amendment?
I am.
Did you wish to speak to the amendment?
I did, because I also have another, what I would consider a friendly amendment, is because it refers to Wascana Center Authority, which is the previous name of it. So we either want to talk about the Provincial Capital Commission or the Wascana Center Plan, Master Plan, whatever. So I'm asking Mr. Councillor Hawkins what he thinks would be the best reference there. Is it referring to the Master Plan? Through the chair.
I'm happy to say relevant to the Provincial Capital Commission. I've avoided the word master plan because that introduces the legality, and I'm trying to stay away from that.
Okay.
This is about Wascana Center, not government house.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that it didn't say Wascana Center Authority.
Well, maybe I just need to remove the word authority in relation just to Wascana Center, right?
There we go.
Sometimes things start really simply, don't they? Is that good? Councillor Stadnicek, are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Stadnicek, did you have anything further?
Not on the amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I recognize that. Councillor Zakidiak, please go ahead.
Okay, so as we're tinkering with this amendment, I do have one further question, and whatever the answer is fine with me. So it's just that, is it important that, yes, we're directing administration to do this work? Is it also important that we direct them to report back to us with the results of this work, or is that understood, or like just looking for some clarity on that point?
I think from an undertaking perspective, they'd already committed to it, but either Ms. Dawson or Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So I need to provide some clarity, which, so in this particular report, we were not removing the overlay around the PCC. So the height adjustments or the adjustments in this report were not going to impact this area around the PCC at this time. That was coming in future report. And so I would say we understand that we will consult with PCC certainly on that piece of work, and that will be included in our upcoming reports as we report back to council with future half amendment reports. And we know that there's going to be at least 2 more within the next 6 to 8 months coming forward.
So then what I'm hearing is, it's good as it is, let's stop tinkering with the amendment, and that works for me. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, Councillor Hawkins, did you wish to close off any debate?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thanks. Clerk, can you call the vote on the amendment?
I can't see who's there.
Interesting.
Mayor Masters, the motion has passed in a vote of 8-1. Those voting in favor of the amendment were Councillors Hawkins, Stadnichuk, Findura, Sakidniak, LeBlanc, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against was Councillor Stevens. Councillor Nelson, for the record, is away from today's meeting, and as previously stated, Councillor Bresciani has declared a conflict of interest on this matter. Back to the main motion.
We're back to the main motion, and I forget where I was. Councillor Hawkins went. Do you have anything further, Councillor Hawkins? Councillor LeBlanc, did you have your light on for the main? You're good? Anyone else on the main motion? Councillor Stanichek, did you have any comment?
I thought I did, but I think I'm fine, thank you.
I do. So in terms of limiting and leaving out of this particular phase 1, the lands that are around the Wascana Center, hearing everything that we've heard, is there a reason you would leave it out of your recommendations right now? Ms. Dawson or
Yeah, through
Ms.
you,
Bryden?
Mayor Masters, I can answer that. We had limited time to bring this report back to you to get some of the quick wins that we saw as administrative recommendations, and we knew that that consultation.
What are the complications if we hypothetically move an amendment right now that it just be included?
There wouldn't be complications other than that consultation didn't occur.
Sorry. I'm going to give my counsel that opportunity because now I'm curious about Councillor Stevens. So if we make a motion that the recommendations in the report as it relates to point number, I'm going to find it here, I swear. On page 3 of 8, moving on to page 4 of 8, is to enable high-density development within the city center and to enable mid to high-rise development along urban corridors and main transit routes. Your phase 1 is to permit additional dwelling units per lot, to increase permitted height limits. You're not in the transit review yet. Is that what I'm getting?
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct. We will be bringing and defining the main transit routes for you in the next phase of work. there's a significant number more properties impacted by the main transit routes, and we wanted to ensure that we were able to have the time and work through with our transit group to properly define what those routes might be before we bring those back to you for bylaw amendments.
All right. Okay, for the purpose of the public, because let's just assume, okay.
Yes, again, through you, Mayor Masters, we are seeking amendments to allow 4 units as of right on every lot within the city, residential lot, within the intensification area, and 2 units as of right in the greenfield areas. We're extending the heights in zones where multi-unit dwellings are currently existing. Their permitted height limitations will be raised, so folks can have more certainty in terms of the height criteria for those particular development opportunities. And then a removal of the required parking minimums and moving those into recommendations so that we can still provide some guidance to developments should they need that.
In phase 2, your plan for phase 2 is what?
I'm going to ask Ms. Pfeiffer to outline what that phase 2 work currently includes and provide a breakdown of that.
Thank you, through the mayor. So phase 2 is to confirm what the express or main transit routes are that we're going to be using when it comes to identifying changes that may happen within 200 meters and 800 meters of those routes. It's really important that we provide clarity on that. At the moment, our official community plan identifies express transit corridors, and our transit master plan identifies main transit routes. I would say largely they align with each other, but there are some differences. And so for the perspective of the development community and the community of residents, it's important that we provide clarity on that we're not changing routes every 6 months or something, that we provide that clarity when it comes to what properties are going to be impacted. So that's to bring back a report within the next couple of months that would say, provide to council, here's what those routes are. This is what we're going to be using to define that 200, that 800. So that's the first piece of work that's going to be coming in phase 2. The other piece is identifying what changes in the official community plan or in neighborhood plans need to be made so that there's consistency. We can't have an area plan or a neighborhood plan contradicting what the zoning says. We can't have the zoning contradicting what those area plans are. That's part of that broader review. And then phase 3 of the work is looking at that 800 meters, I would say. So the 200 meter changes will come with phase 2, which is directing that property heights be permitted up to 6 stories within 200 meters of those express transit. And then looking at the 800 meters, we're going to be bringing that in phase 3, as well as a review of some of the development. We've identified that any changes in the low density residential zones where we're permitting up to 4 units, you have to fit within the building envelope that we currently permit. We need to go and do some additional work to see if that building envelope should actually be adjusted a little bit to provide more opportunities for missing middle housing to be built. That's a phase 3 piece of work.
Thank you, Ms. Pfeiffer. If I let you know that feedback we've got about HAF so far has been that phase 3 is actually what's of keen interest to developers.
The 800 meters piece? Through your Mayor Masters, I would say that I can appreciate that feedback. With respect to our responsibility, there's many different perspectives that need to be taken into account, and we need to be really clear in how we're defining and how we're measuring those distances, and to take that time as well. And I think, at this point, we're hoping to bring forward all of these changes by June. And so respectfully, I would say taking another couple of months to make sure we get it right is worth it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
Yes, I just had, through you, Mayor Masters, a question regarding the funding application. I know that it's been submitted administration's working through the different kinds of changes that need to be made. What is the status of the funding? Does everything have to be in place? All of the bylaw changes, all the zoning changes have to be in place before the funding is announced, or what is the status of that?
Vote of council back at some particular point in time by whatever date. So they just needed the vote of council in terms of the work.
Okay.
But there is pressure in terms of the years that we can use the money in to effect the changes. And so the point is about getting housing into market, and in terms of our target, it was 1,100 beyond what would be given in a given year. And so that would be, I'm sure Ms. Pfeiffer and Ms. Dawson and Ms. Bryden are all a little bit under pressure in terms of actually, it's the intent of the accelerator fund. The word accelerator is intended to, nobody gets 24 months to do anything here.
Okay.
And so
But then,
my concern is missing this construction season.
Okay.
And appreciating there's zoning bylaws and that are attached into the OCP, which then get filed with the province. It's not a big deal to file these things, but if we had folks who wanted to do projects for this construction year, which falls then within the window of when we're supposed to be utilizing the Housing Accelerator Fund, it's a little bit about, we only have X number of months for a construction year, and so seeing people signal that, hey, that's really important to us. You know, if you can achieve it within a construction year, it's better for us than not better for us. But it's the federal money to announce, and so I think you'll see something out in the next little while. I think they appreciate that we're continuing the work on it.
all right, thank you.
You bet. Councilor LeBlanc, you move this. Would you like to close off debate?
Not at all.
All right, thank you very much. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters, the motion as amended has been passed in a vote of 9-0, with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Oh, right. Council, we have to wait a few minutes to get Councillor Bresciani back online. We do have a mandatory break coming up within 5. So why don't we take 15 right now before we start the next matter and the next form of delegations. Thanks. Good afternoon. I would welcome all of council to please have a seat. All right, folks. Yeah. All right, we're moving on to welcome back council. We're on to motion 23-8, and we do have a delegation on that. I would invite Stu Niebergall to come on back down. And once again, you have to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which time we have some questions for you.
Great.
Welcome.
Great, thank you. Stu Niebergall, President and CEO of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. Our association supports the recommendations that are outlined in this report. Ensuring the supply and demand for service lots in Regina is well positioned for future growth is simply good planning. Knowing in advance the challenges and requirements for infrastructure and infill development is simply good planning. Knowing where the best opportunities and sites for fast and efficient residential development, especially for infill, is simply good planning. Taking the opportunity to pre-zone land by creating certainty for not only the builder and developer, but for the neighborhood is simply good planning. From our perspective, in the simplest terms, what the City Council, City Administration, and the industry needs to ensure is that when someone chooses to move to our great city, that they have sufficient housing options in terms of housing form, housing tenureship, and localization choice. To ensure we are able to provide this and accommodate growth, we need to understand the practical realities of our current growth plan, particularly over the next several years as developable land and availability seems waning. We want to thank Councillor Bob Hawkins for investing this time and energy to bring this motion forward. He's worked diligently with us to align this motion with our recommendations in our paper, accommodating growth, the delicate balance between greenfield and infill growth. We'd also like to thank Autumn Dawson and her team in the Planning and Development Services, who's met with our association and reviewed several related projects that they have been undertaking. We do feel confident that their commitment to collaboration with the industry and the association will provide the outcomes highlighted in this motion. We ask City Council to support this motion, which will significantly aid the City of Regina and the residential construction sector to achieve its mutually aligned goals as it relates to accommodating growth in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newell. Now we have questions. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Niebergall, for your work on this. I wonder if you could say just a little bit more about what pre-zoning lands means and what that will mean in terms of expediting housing development. And similarly with predetermining form and density on infill sites and any other process. What are these changes and how does it move residential housing development forward more quickly?
Yeah, I think the word pre-zoning can mean many things. It's a great question. I think pre-zoning can mean different things to different people. In our concept, which we outlined in our paper, it is really about providing is much absolute clarity what you can do in advance of a project. So using both pre-zoning, I mean, today processes to bring forward a project, will certainly mean, that community engagement, to determine what kind of projects can get approved and can't get approved on a project-by-project basis. This is really about, in our concept, making those investments as a city, up front. This is the type of housing, this is the type of building form that we can do in our community, because that really expedites that. One very quick analogy I've always used to describe this in the most utopian form was the city of Portland. They had, for whatever reasons of their own, they had an intent of doing these very skinny homes within the marketplace. The industry didn't buy into it at all. They were saying, that's not what we were looking for. We don't think we have customers for that, et cetera, et cetera. But it was very important to the city of Portland. So they went pre-zoning to the extreme of actually going and having an international competition to develop building plans, doing the neighborhood consultation, all those processes up front. So you could literally walk into City Hall in Portland this morning and start construction by this afternoon or tomorrow. What was interesting about the industry, who weren't really looking at building these skinny houses, those properties were sold like in no time because the efficiency was so fast. They said, that level of efficiency, I will find the customer for that. And again, we're not asking for that in this motion, but it's an extreme, point of view of what we're talking about here. Getting as much decisions up front so that the builder, developer can have absolute certainty in terms of what they can do.
Thank you very much. One final question through the mayor. The motion talks about greenfield sites, but as you pointed out, it also talks about infill sites and balancing the need. Is it your hope that by discussing these regulations, streamlining these regulations, reducing this red tape, by discussing that with the administration, will forward infill sites as well as to greenfield sites?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think our paper and the recommendations that are put forward in your motion, I mean, I think they benefit both greenfield and infill. I think this really benefits infill the most, and I think it aligns exceptionally well with the the previous motion in the HAF funding. I mean, I think the HA funding, has taken cities like Regina and have taken you so far down this process. And I think this motion dovetails right in with that. It fills in some of the other blanks that the HAF funding and the federal government hasn't really considered in terms of the overall piece. So again, I think these pieces dovetail exceptionally well together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Skimiak, please go ahead.
Thank you. My first question follows up on the question Councillor Hawkins had asked, which is, you had mentioned that you see this motion as complementary to the motion that we just passed, and it dovetails well, it fills in the gaps. Can you give some more details to help me understand what gaps that it's filling in that aren't addressed in the motion that we just passed?
Yeah, that's again a great question. So, looking at the previous motion, which now establishes being able to put 4 units onto a residential lot, in a residential zone, that's a very important comment. What that doesn't address is some of the things we've talked about in the past about the infrastructure related to that community in terms of what it can service. This motion brings forward, the work by the city to better understand those infrastructure pieces so that the city and the industry better understands the serviceability of those places, to more quickly understand, is that lot, now able to have that capacity? And, maybe I've oversimplified it on a lot-by-lot basis. It really is more about that whole community, right? Can it accommodate this level of density, In Greenfield, again, there's lots of issues around Greenfield, but essentially, that capacity you just build, right? But when you're coming back to infill, it's really about using the existing capacity and what capacity do you have to build onto that. Those things have been somewhat unknown in the past. Again, this motion moves that forward. I don't know if that rambling makes a lot of sense there, but I'll let you be the judge of that.
Okay, and so specifically, when I look at the motion, point 1B says identify infrastructure and other challenges associated with the development of infill sites. Is that the point you're speaking
Yes.
to when you're saying that this motion would complement that by identifying those challenges?
Yes.
And how is that different than, I believe what you said is we don't have an inventory of the service sites and understanding this infrastructure. So without this motion creates the inventory that we don't have now. Is that what you're saying?
My belief is through some really good discussion with the administration. They've got different projects that are addressing these issues. So I think what this motion ultimately does, is just, puts a check mark beside those projects that the administration's currently working on, and just, completes that commitment to get these projects done.
Okay. And when I read this motion, it does feel to me like parts of it were addressed, because this one came before the Housing Accelerator Fund motion.
Yep.
And so, identify key sites for immediate residential housing development. Would you say that was addressed to some extent through the previous motion?
Yes, in part. I think, again, with the R1 zoning, the residential zoning, moving to four units, that really does change the opportunities and the possibilities. I'm using that purely as an example. But again, what this is about is identifying those key opportunities, to really move forward projects quicker and more and faster. And that may be at times less about just the zoning. Where are the better opportunities within the community? Where's the best infrastructure that's going to require the least amount of upgrades? The places that you can move quicker on those particular projects. So it's a little bit more holistic than just changing the zoning bylaw.
Okay, and then perhaps just one more clarification. Point D talks about regulatory processes for pre-zoning lands, predetermining form and density, and other processes. So am I also right that that was partially addressed with the Housing Accelerator Fund changes? And what in addition would be proposed here?
Yeah, again, in part, I think the previous motion moves that chain forward quite significantly. Again, ultimately, in the utopian example I had given before, the city has done the work to determine really what it is that it is going to allow within that community, within that neighborhood, so that there is complete certainty for that. And again, that might be a bit utopian. You may never completely get there, but the journey to that is important. And I think is a good example of that right now today from the previous conversation or the previous thing. Listening to what I was listening today, I actually wouldn't be clear back to our industry what you could actually do in the city around, say, today at this moment, around the Wascana Park. kind of thing. You've got this change in the zoning bylaw up to 20 meters. You've got this overlay which may move, a report will be coming back. Again, in a more utopian world, you would know exactly what type of building form that is going to be allowed around the park or in any particular place, so that developers can move in very quickly and know exactly what they should be designing, exactly what they should be engineering, and be able to move forward with that, those projects.
Okay, I do have one more, which is, what would you say to the position that let's just move forward with Housing Accelerator Fund changes before we do additional changes in relation to housing and development in our city? What would be your response to that?
Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, because these dovetail, I think the item around delaying, from an industry perspective, I don't think there is, a gigantic risk there. I think actually the risk is actually more to the city's accountability to the ability to the fund. Our industry wants to build and develop as much housing supply as we can. Our industry is actually not on the hook to the federal government for the numbers that you have to achieve when you accept that particular funding. That is the city's commitment. I think where these things dovetail together is when this work happens, it expedites and creates the ability for the city to achieve those numbers more significantly than just what you're doing with the Housing Accelerator Fund on its own.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Zakitiak. I don't see other questions, but Mr. Niebergall, I might have a couple.
Sure.
So at multiple points throughout the report, the white paper that you had drafted a couple of years ago on behalf of your association, something along these lines, and I'm just actually referencing page 6 in the report.
Sure.
And most important, the lack of certainty regarding approvals and available infrastructure deters builders from considering infill sites.
Yes.
Is that not also true in Greenfield to some extent right now, from a capacity perspective?
Yeah, I think that would be proportionality, right? I think that's the key difference. If you're doing an a project, in our report we highlighted the example down in Douglas Park. The process that you have to go through to move that project forward. You're going to have to spend probably a couple of $1 million just in engineering, just to find out if the city has the capacity, to be able to do that for you to do that project. And then you're going to have to do your designs, your workshops, with the community. Those things are going to potentially come through a discretionary use. You can make all this investment up front, and probably at best, it's not a criticism, but probably at best, you got a 50-50 chance, sitting here, whether that project is going to go forward or not. Where in a greenfield development, those things are all outlaid, more in advance. And so, in the early stages of a new development, the amount of discretionary uses are fairly minimal. And even when they are there, there's not much opposition because nobody lives in the community yet, from that perspective. So this is really the motion's really about trying to get as much work done up front, because that's how you create certainty.
I'll turn that on. Thank you for that. On page 9, you make that this is one of the statements. It's a nationwide epidemic that has created a social environment where neighborhoods seek to reject growth in their neighborhood while enjoying the larger benefits growth plays in the city, yet not having to bear its costs. The pre-zoning that you're talking about helps with that.
Yes.
Is that basically the angle of it? Like when you narrow this
Totally.
down to the recommendations that you worked with Councillor Hawkins on,
Yeah.
ultimately you're narrowing it down, so whether it's discretionary use or whatever, that pre-zoning, all of that work with neighborhood and resident and
Yes.
developer, that's what it
Yes.
does. There's another piece on page 7 that kind of struck me, the importance of market preference research, because you
Yes.
opened your presentation with a little bit about skinny houses. Coloring a land use map within a policy document is not a strategy to inspire people to move to the inner city and again, overcome obstacles versus looking for ways to force residents. What kind of market research are you, like what does that look like to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a lot lacking in this world in general. You know, I think if you look at, urban planning in general, it tends to focus on, many of the subjects that come up here. What it doesn't necessarily consider enough, is going to be what are those market preferences. I mean, at the end of the day, Canada and Saskatchewan and Regina is still a, democratic capitalist country. We can't actually make anybody live anywhere. They are going to move to where they feel their best choices and their best housing options are. And so in very large cities, those things become exceptionally much more complicated, right? One of the great things about a city our size at 250,000 people approximately, we actually have the ability, most cities don't, to actually accommodate ideology away in urban planning. We actually have the ability to accommodate everybody, and it's about having options and about having option choices, Again, going back to my comments there, the best outcome is when people move into our city, have sufficient housing options in terms of housing form, housing tenureship, and location within the community.
Okay, I got a couple more councillors. I just want to ask you one more question about the motion itself, and I'm sort of signaling to Councillor Hawkins right now. In his point number B, he said identify infrastructure and other challenges associated with development of infill sites, which I fully support because we know infrastructure modeling is lacking, and we follow up on that quite regularly. But given that we don't have a lot of serviced land available, would you not include greenfield as well, like the development of infill and greenfield sites in terms of the available identify infrastructure challenges?
Yeah, and from that perspective, completely. You're very accurate on that. I mean, right now, the city is working on, I think is working on different projects, and they've been consulting with the industry. As an example, we're going through the development charge review right now. There's some projects that are, will open up the growth plan, some other discussions around some other areas. What I can safely say for the greenfield developers, and we're experiencing that right now, the model collectively through all of these pieces that have gotten to us to this point in our city's history right now, it does not get us to the next stage, right? Again, a little off topic, but to make the point, you look at development charges right now that, I should know this off the top of my head, I think they're at $3.19 a hectare right now. And through our discussions, I've had lots of opportunity to do a fair bit of fear mongering with our developers that under the current model, we could see those development charges, doubling, potentially even tripling. In almost any Canadian market, and knowing that we got about a year or so till these things, work its way out, in almost any Canadian market, you would see developers racing through applications for subdivision to beat that window. We're not seeing that. We're not seeing that here right now. The capital investment that it requires to do development right now is exceptional, kind of thing. And so the ultimate challenges, are going to be for greenfield developers. How do we fund that, right? Who ultimately acts as the bank? Do you know what I mean? On these pieces. So again, I don't want to speak for the developers specifically, but if you think about the greenfield development projects out there, whether it's Coopertown, whether it's the next stage of Westera, even the city lands, what you see is developers are finishing up their current stages. That's the housing inventory in greenfield development that we have right now, and they're not gearing up to make those next investments. And that's where today, yeah, it's an issue, but again, an uptick in population, that's where we get ourselves right back into a housing crisis, because that's exactly what happened in 2007. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I have Councillor Stevens would like some questions. Go ahead, please, sir.
Thank you. Stu, I have a question on how this might impact your industry, because that's who you're representing. There was a independent paper published recently, pointed all the same flaws, but one of the variables was the industry itself isn't all that innovative here when it comes to infill and intensification, right? Your members are suburban developers. So how do we change that? Capital Point didn't fall through because of regulatory hurdles. The building on 13th and Elvistone isn't inviting people to like infill because of regulatory hurdles. It's dreadful, and people see that as what your members are going to build. So how do you use this to actually create members of yours that can actually build the kind of innovative infill intensification projects that would probably excite people to want to see more of it if there's political opposition?
Yeah, that is a really, really good question. And it is a very, very tough one to answer. The reality, myself right here on the spot, in front of council, in front of the media, in front of the public, how can anybody possibly advocate for housing to become less affordable, kind of thing. The reality is today in our marketplace, Regina has some of the most, you've heard that a few times, some of the most affordable housing, within Canada. Certainly on the new housing side, it is again, some of the lowest cost housing. The price of land is some of the lowest on the prairies, kind of thing. And there's a whole bunch of benefits to that. For the developer, for the builder, what that means is very compressed margins, and with those margins so compressed, today, nobody is building 1 inch past the actual demand. If I were to take you on a tour this afternoon of potential new homes in the marketplace, show homes, I wouldn't be able to take you to many, right? Builders are not building past where they've got an exact sale because they can't take the risks. So how do you solve that? Well, some of that has to do with the federal government, which, may not be solvable. Some of that may have to do with the provincial government. They helped this past year with the PST rebate, and we're actually seeing a bit of a response to that, kind of thing. The municipality has much more limited options to solve that problem. But in the areas that you can solve that problem, you should try, kind of thing. Because without that, the demand will have to build above the supply to force prices up, to make things more, less affordable, so that there's the margins back in place for people to start making those investments again. So again, how do you address those items? Again, it's maybe not good enough to be as good as other cities across the prairies. Maybe when it comes to the regulatory framework, maybe Regina actually has to be better, because you can take that next $10 million investment or $100 million investment into a new neighborhood to get it started, and you can put it into any one of the other prairie cities and probably have more velocity in the market and probably a better return than you will in Regina right now. So if you had $100 million to invest in a new development anywhere in the major prairie cities, Regina would probably be your last choice. And again, that will flush some of that out through the review of the development charge process that the administration is going through right now. And then the things here, like this motion somewhat covers at a fairly macro level, you know. Again, trying to address that through a regulatory process. And there's lots for the city to be very proud of. I mean, you take building standards as an example. I mean, we've got some of the fastest permitting turnovers probably in the country right now. It's absolutely exceptional. Again, for our city, I mean, there would be other cities very envious of that. But again, if the margins aren't there, it's really helpful to get your permit turned over fast. But that's not the item that's going to drive investment in housing into our community.
Good,
So
thanks.
a little bit of a rambling there again, but hopefully that answered that for you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just seeking clarification. Point 1D of the motion speaks about pre-zoning lands.
Yes.
Maybe just 2 points of context. One is, I see that addressed at Appendix H of the attached report. The second is my assumption or understanding that all of the land in Regina is already zoned currently. So I'm just looking for clarification on what is pre-zoning land and what problem does that seek to respond to, through the chair?
Yeah, I mean, again, very good question again here, Councillor. I think that really, you know, I think the administration has done work on this in the past and has talked to this council maybe and certainly the previous council. It really is about looking at the things that are discretionary, you know, that you're having to address. As many discretionary uses you can get out of the system, that's what gives certainty, right? And I think that at the end of the day, as I'm thinking a bit aloud here, that might be the best way to define what we're referring to as pre-zoning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, and just so I'm understanding right, so it's someone looking to build on X place can know what side of this bright line is the proposed project on. Is it permitted or not? Not, is it discretionary and I have to wait months to find out?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
No, fair enough. The second, and I suppose last question is just, I'll put it this way, the motion relies quite a lot on the report that's appended to it. Did you assist at all in crafting the motion?
What we did was provide the paper, the accommodating growth. You know, Councillor Hawkins had graciously reached out after reading the paper, said there's something here, had crafted that motion, and really had asked the question, does this motion align with what you're trying to accomplish in the paper? And we felt very strongly that that was a yes.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. I don't see any other questions. Mr. Newell, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. You can return to the gallery. We'll now consider motion 23-8, revitalizing Regina's housing supply. I will ask Councillor Bob Hawkins to please introduce his motion.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This motion, as Mr. Niebergall has said, dovetails with the early accelerating motion. In some ways, the accelerator motion deals with the problem of zoning and density as its focal point. This motion takes that and says, in terms of our regulatory framework, how can we be more efficient? How can we introduce more certainty? How can we encourage builders, in this case, to get on with building houses? The idea of predetermining is important. It means as a builder, you don't have to take the risk of developing your plans, doing all the engineering and all that entails, only to find out that it's going to get hung up on something that, had you known in the beginning, and what could have been known in the beginning, would have encouraged you not to go forward. So that in some ways, this motion incentivizes building, but from a different angle, but an equally important angle, as our previous accelerator motion. It's important in this motion that what we're looking for is for the administration to work with the industry, to work with interested stakeholders in developing this more efficient regulatory framework. I'd like to ask the administration, this was drafted early in September, just at the very moment, by the way, that the Prime Minister was saying we're going to take seriously accelerator motion. So the two were developed side by side, but with each other. But we mentioned Q4 2023 to the administration. What's a proper timeline that will help you with this?
Ms. Bredin?
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Through you, Mayor Masters. So that's an interesting question. Simultaneously, while you were drafting this motion, we were undertaking a lot of work and are still undertaking a lot of work that will address the points in this motion. And I have lots of information on what those particular projects and pieces of work are, but what I would like to say is we could bring this back next week. However, a lot of the work that we're doing, we don't have and won't be completed until like August, which is the biggest piece, which is the serviceability studies. So we're in the process of going through and developing the serviceability studies that'll cover the serviceability of the whole city. And my intention was to have, in particular, the downtown servicing study done in January. But when we met with the consultants, they said, well, it really makes more sense to look at the entire city at the same time because everything flows from east to west. And we can bring you all of that work in July. Preliminary work July, probably have the finalized report in August. And so I can't bring a report back to you with this full amount of information, at least until I have that work done. I'm not doing the work. My team's doing the work, sorry. The other pieces of work in relation to half, as we heard earlier, those are all underway. The team's very gung-ho in getting all of those pieces and creating that certainty for development. One of the comments made to me actually just yesterday was our approach now when we are talking to developers about applications we don't approach it from the point of, okay, how do we regulate this? We approach things as, how can we get this approved? And we don't mean get it approved in terms of like, let's skip the steps. How do we work with you to get these projects approved? So I think that was like a huge awareness for me to be able to say that. One of the things we're doing in the meantime, we know the downtown, we've got lots of underutilized sites in the downtown, and so servicing of development in the downtown, allowing for density, has always been a question mark. And so we've picked some specific sites in the downtown. We're doing some work right now, so we'll be able to say, this is how it's serviced, this is what the biggest and best use would be. So we would have some of those pieces sooner rather than later. I guess I'm kind of rambling because I'm really excited about a lot of the work that we're doing. So I also, I want to say I'd love to bring this report earlier, but I can't see us being able to bring a fulsome report back like this, which is really just a summary of all the work that we're doing. That's how I kind of see it until Q4 of this year, which I know is not a happy answer.
One of the things that this motion asks is that the industry and stakeholders be consulted. There's two kinds of consultation. You do all the work, and then you say, what do you think? In which case, the people being consulted tend to think they were consulted a bit late in the process. Mm-hmm. Or you do the consultation simultaneously as you're developing the model. So it's not just a linear line, it's a bit of a yin and a yang back and forth. Is there any possibility through the chair that you could bring a an interim report dealing with some of these issues. For example, the issue of predetermination of form and density. Some of these issues earlier than other issues. I worry a bit that we allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good in all of our planning, and the result is we have trouble achieving outcomes. So if I have to live with the end of Q4, did you say?
So
after the election, how about, can we make it Q3?
I know.
Just in case some of us get bad news on election night?
So thank you for that, Mayor, Councillor Hawkins, through you, Mayor Masters, sorry. So we do have a series of reports coming before you. There'll be 2 more half initiative reports. And we're going to be having a conversation very, very soon about the development charges policy, which is going to talk about infrastructure. There's been a great deal of collaboration, I would say, with community on that policy, and there will continue to be, because that's very important in terms of that work. And so I would say we can provide updates on these issues in those upcoming reports, which would certainly be sooner than Q4.
Again, through you, Mayor, the reason this motion is here is because the Regina Builders Association some 2 years ago wrote a report. It felt it's, with justification, it sat on the shelf. It held a meeting, as they do once a year, and they asked the mayor, where is this? She said, if you want to get something done, find a counselor. Here we are. I don't feel comfortable saying just, oh, take what you're doing now and bring it forward in the order that you're going to do it now. I think this is a bit, it's like the accelerator motion. It's saying, speed it up. I don't want to be unreasonable here, but when I hear that the development charges thing has to be resolved before we can get any answers on predetermining form and density, I'm overwhelmed by that, because I know what the problem is with development charges.
Well,
My question will be very specific through the mayor. Can we get something back addressing the first 3 points, which is inventory, and the last point, which is regulatory? Can we get something back, something, by the end of Q3 2024?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, we can bring back a report that will address these items, or the status of, at a minimum, of where these items are by the end of Q3.
Thank you, and Mayor, I really appreciate the answer, because I know the depth of work that the administration has to do in this area, so I appreciate it. I just want to add one other thing, Mayor. You raised an excellent point. Whoever the person was who drafted this didn't know what he or she was doing, and when he wrote B, it should be Greenfield and Infield sites. So I'll need a seconder. The 2 amendments I'd like to ask of the seconder is that Greenfield and Infield include in B, and in in point 2, we say report on the above to council at the end of Q3 2024.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Hawkins requires a seconder on the motion as amended. Thank you, Councillor Councillor Mancinelli. Apologies, Councillor Stevens. So that's the mover on the floor. I've got Councillor Stevens. You got some questions.
Yeah, thank you. So principle and behind this, I just need to understand better precisely what I'm voting for. And I say that because maybe I'm having a bit of a mental lapse here, but I could have swore I voted on half a dozen or more related reports over the last 7 years. So I need to know what's missing. So for instance, I'll have a question for Councillor Hawkins in a second. I had asked administration about what was being done when this motion first came forward. Work completed, I was told, so this report already exists, underutilized land improvement, intensification, market analysis, new incentives, waived development fees, expedited permit reviews, density report. Work underway was housing accelerator, serviceability, population employment growth, SAF review, housing needs assessment, future work, updating the OCP. Is that a fair characterization of the work already being done as it might pertain to this motion?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, it is. I don't think that the serviceability studies were included in what you talked about.
Fair. The motion wisely, I would argue, asks for supply of land. You were able to provide with a detailed land allocation over the years. You provided available lots for sale by new neighborhood. There was 153 in Eastbrook, Westera 134, et cetera. That's what this motion is asking for. So maybe I would ask Councillor Hawkins, to that point, and I shared this with all of council, what is missing from what administration has shared with us that this motion would ask for by way of information?
I think through the chair, I think the answer is threefold. First of all, if there's an update. Secondly, the inventory asks for a certain staging.
Okay.
So, for example, what's ready now can go. In case the industry doesn't know in advance, and what needs to be done on the lots or on the developments that isn't there now, so that we can start to put some focus on that. So those three ideas, but most of all, the industry seems to be saying we need some certainty. We don't feel we have it. This inventory is intended to provide that certainty.
Okay. So if I could understand this better, for administration, if we're thinking about a Q3 deadline, you can simply copy and paste a list that you provided us with the work underway, because that's part of it, right? Identify the following. What in this list now do you perceive to be new and onerous from a work perspective?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so first of all, yes, there's a lot of work underway. There is kind of a cut and paste update to the information that was provided, but I would say Part D would be the biggest, the regulatory processes for pre-zoning lands.
Okay.
And would probably be the biggest piece.
If I could, through the chair, to that point then, would it be more realistic for you to come back in Q3 with a report that would identify regulatory processes for the following, that we could then task you with developing in a more fulsome way? So in other words, put together a list of things that would accomplish this versus come to us with a fully baked set of regulatory changes.
Through you, Mayor Masters, and I might get Ms. Dawson to add, but I think the intention from our exchange earlier was for Councillor Hawkins that we provide at a minimum kind of an update on where we're at.
Yeah.
And I would say what we could do for Section D is there may be some things that we would recommend in the report, and then some future steps or direction from council on some future steps. So it might be like a combination, really, Councillor Stevens.
Okay.
And Ms. Dawson, do you have anything further to add?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would see D as being fulfilled somewhat through the HAF initiatives that we're doing, but I think this extends beyond that. I do believe that the intent within the growth paper that I read was identifying sites that could be potentially rezoned to their highest and best use that are perhaps outside of those parameters that we're looking at through the HAF initiative. So selecting individual sites and potentially working with those property owners to rezone them in advance of a development application coming forward, so that when there is proposals for that site, we've already identified to the community that they're appropriate for higher density, different commercial uses, different mixed uses, and those types of things. And so when the application for building comes through, it's really looking at the technical aspects and not necessarily the impact on the community.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Hawkins, would that satisfy you in terms of what they can accomplish in that time frame?
to the administration as they get into this to tell us what they can accomplish. I think the critical point here, though, is on these issues, particularly in Clause D, the administration needs to pick up the phone tomorrow morning and phone the industry and start the conversation. The difficulty we've had here is that because we're going sequentially, we just don't get to some stuff. And I think we need to do several things simultaneously, and the regulatory reform is a big piece of this.
Okay, thank you. So I guess through the chair to administration, my understanding is you're working with different levels of the industry every day. They pretty much live in this building. I see them come and go all the time. So what are you hearing, and does it align pretty neatly with the concerns that you've heard today?
Through you, Mayor Masters, since the day I started sitting in this chair, I've heard about servicing, roadblocks, whether it's at council level, at administration level. So yes, I would say this aligns with, and it aligns with the work that we as a division are doing. And it's what we believe in. And so respectfully, we will bring what we can forward in Q3. It won't be, here's we're done, but it will be, here we are, and maybe we'll be asking for more direction or saying these are the pieces that we still have to do.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't look down, I just looked up, and you appeared to be thinking. You're complete, you're good? Okay. Okay. Thanks very much. Councillor Bresciani, I think you're next. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. So I guess I just want to clarify. I remember last term, and Councillor Stevens is right. I mean, there's been so many reports that have come that we've asked for. I guess I just need to be clear. We did, I think we gave about $3 million to the planning and development. Real estate, I think, was part of that, to look at all of our city lands to see about servicing. And I know the reason I questioned that was because it was quite expensive, and they said, well, we have to do engineers and that kind of thing. Can I just ask that, and that was last term, so has that work been done? Because that would fill, obviously would be part of this. I just need to know if that work has been done, because that was quite a few years ago, and that I don't ever remember a report coming back to council on that. Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, Councillor Bresciani, can I just get clarification? Are you talking about city-owned lands like the yards or Taylorfield sites?
It was all the lands around the city. Like we have land. There was just off of Albert. There was many city lands, but the city lands, there was things that the city owned as well that we looked at to say, listen, developers will not even look at this, because when they come, they don't understand. The city doesn't understand and can't even say, how is it serviceable? What are going to be the costs? All of that, and that was supposed to be work that was done, and I remember the allotted about, it was at least about $3 million in looking at that. And I remember that was a decision of last council. So I'm just wondering, is there any memory of that? Obviously the work had to be done, but, and it was the whole purpose around developers sharing their concerns around, listen, I can't afford to put in, $200,000 into engineering firms to them to say to me, well, what it's going to cost $500,000 in, in upgrades and all this other stuff. So the city was going to go and do the work and come back, especially on the city-owned lands. Is that ring a bell to anyone?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would, I believe that would be work that would have been done by potentially the Land and Real Estate Department.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, Mr. Lacey couldn't be here today. I'm not sure if Ms. Karalek could answer to that. We may need to follow back with you on that work.
It's okay, but I do see it fitting into this, because again, this is land, it's both infill and greenfield, but it's also work that's probably, I think again, if the information's already there, that work should be have been done and come forward to council, because if there's already costs and everything is there, we should know that. So if you don't mind taking that away and just, if it is there, it should be informed with this. And I can go back and look as well, but I remember it was very costly.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, and I understand that as part of the HAF initiative, I think that the city underutilized, or city lands, a land strategy for, I'm messing this up and I might refer this to Ms. Pfeiffer. I know that is part of one of the HAF initiatives as well, but we will undertake that particular question. I'll take that away and speak with Mr. Lacey on that item. Ms. Pfeiffer, can you speak to the initiative and HAF related to the strategy?
Through the mayor, yeah, this is an initiative that was included in the city's action plan, looking at how the city might acquire or prepare land for development of housing. That's not work that our team is leading, so I can't give you an answer as to the status of what that work is, but it certainly was included in the action plan initiatives as something the city could undertake to support additional housing development.
Okay, again, I think it's kind of having the two areas work together rather than in silos, because I think we're asking for the same information here. How can we get more housing, and what do the undergrounds look like, and what's ready for development? So thank you for that. The last question I have is, do we not have it in the OCP anywhere as far as to identify key sites for any kind of residential housing? Is that in there at all, identified through the chair?
Do we have anything identified in the OCP to identify underutilized or residential sites? OCP? Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't believe that's identified in the OCP.
Okay, no problem. I'll leave it there. I think if we can look at the other and just make sure to see what work was done, I would appreciate that. But I think, again, this motion is just, again, looking at everything holistically, and I do support it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. When the substantive point 1 lists consultation with industry and interested stakeholders, just wondering through the chair to administration, who do you understand interested stakeholders to be, and what do you imagine the consultation looking like?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so on a number of levels, we constantly are having conversations with stakeholders, and I would see the stakeholders as being residents. So we've done some work already with a market study report, and I think that came in, like, I want to say early in 2022. But also certainly the home builders, property owners, et cetera, and trying to, certainly a lot of this land that would be available is not owned by the city, so it would be owned by property owners, and we would want to be consulting with them in terms of pre-zoning lands, et cetera.
Thank you. And then I had asked Mr. Niebergall a question. I didn't understand the term pre-zoning lands, and as he defined it was different than I would have guessed. I guess the question to administration through the chair is, do you share his understanding of what pre-zoning lands is aimed at, or do you need an amendment to clarify that at all?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll refer that one to Ms. Dawson.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't think we need an amendment. We understand what that means. It can take many different forms. The example that he gave to you was increasing thresholds of a permitted use so that you wouldn't have to go through a discretionary use process. That's adjusting your zoning to meet those needs. Pre-zoning you could also interpret as adjusting one zone to another to allow for different uses. So we would look at the full spectrum of what that could mean and bring that back.
Thank you. Finally, I would just ask procedurally that we would vote on question, or item rather, 1D separately from the rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Levant. Councilor Stanichuk, I do see your hand, but Councilor Zakiniak was up first. Councilor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Thanks. I have perhaps a couple questions. The first one is, understanding that you're already embarking on some of the work that's involved in this motion, how much extra work does this motion, amended with a new timeline, create for you folks? What's the extra workload that this would entail? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, again, much of this work is already underway, and in some ways, this motion is like a summary report, really, bringing back all the pieces all together and having that holistic view of all of the things. As I said before, I would say Section D would be a little bit outside of the pieces of work that we're already doing. And so from a city planning perspective, to be in a place where we exactly understand our infrastructure and where we exactly have the zoning bylaw in a place where we have fewer discretionary use requirements, I mean, that is a planner's dream, and that really sets the stage for Section 2, where it's like, okay, now we have a parcel of land here, we know how it's serviced, we know what it needs to be, we know what servicing needs to be done, because of course, once you have the servicing studies in place, that doesn't actually build the infrastructure that's needed to allow the servicing to be upgraded. So again, I'm going on, but really Section D is the bigger chunk of the work, and bringing all the pieces together is just additional work in creating the report.
Okay. And do you view this motion as complementary to the Housing Accelerator Fund motion, in that it would be, if you are going to be, that it does make sense to report back on to do both at the same time? Or would you prefer a scenario where you were focusing first on that motion, which already passed, and then going back to potentially address some of the components of this motion? Or does it not matter?
Through you, Mayor Masters, as I indicated before, the Housing Accelerator work is proceeding and moving forward. The service, like all the pieces of work are moving forward already. Mm-hmm. And consultation is something we do on a regular basis. So I think that it does go hand in hand with the work that the Accelerator work is doing. Like, Accelerator work is really just opening the door and allowing for development to happen easier. Some of these other pieces are just providing more information to make it easier for the community to understand what they can and can't do, and what servicing is available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stanichuk, your hand is down?
I didn't have it up, so it didn't show up on my screen, so sorry.
I won't name names as to who told me it was up, but anyways. Thank you. Thanks very much, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Hawkins, you get to close off on this, but I got some questions. You ready, Ms. Pratt?
No.
It's an interesting thing that D would, I'm going to ask a question real quick, yes or no. Pre-zoning land or regulatory process to pre-zone land and predetermine form and density on infill sites. Yes or no, the Housing Accelerator Fund that will be approved by at least Phase 3 will say that along major bus routes you can build this, you can go, there's no discretionary use, Bob's your uncle, you have certainty of development. Am I correct?
Yes. Through you, Mayor Masters, yes.
Okay, I got it. We're good. So that's an example of we literally are doing it in order to get there. I just wanted to make sure, because again, it's when you can increase permitted uses or expand, like we want density. My next question is on infrastructure. How often does servicing capability within our system, either the lack of knowledge or the lack of capacity get in the way of applications from a time or money perspective? Does it slow them down? And does it cost a lot of money on a per application basis in 2023, for example, because we don't know what our servicing capacity is, we don't know what's in the ground. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I am not aware of any infill applications that have been held up.
So they'd never have to do a servicing study to understand what capacity in the system is?
No, we have to do a servicing study.
Okay, so time and money, okay.
Yeah.
Because why? Why do we have to do that servicing study on an infill application?
Because the city hasn't put the information, we don't have the information on exactly what it takes to provide servicing on specific lots.
Okay. Okay, and so I want to pop back to the idea of development of greenfield and infill sites, because I literally was told this week, and it was kind of concerning to me, that we have folks coming forward wanting to build multifamily residential, and they're going to owners or developers in the city going, hey, folks are kind of tuned into looking at our housing supply, rental or ownership, saying, holy smackers, we can see it coming, and knowing how long these things take to build and to get through systems, regulatory systems, tell us where we can buy 10 acres of service land right now. And the answer is, we don't know. Because it's about the service land. It's actually not about lots for sale. Mm-hmm. It's about tracts of land that are ready to go, that are serviced with water and wastewater, mostly. Clearly, energy needs to get there too. Is that, like, does that sound, would you be surprised by that response of local owners of land saying, hey, we don't know where there is land available. We got our bid thing going here and we don't know where they are, other than West Era?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is not surprising to me. I have been hearing that the large tracts of land for multifamily development in Greenfield, for Greenfield development, are becoming less and less available.
Okay. So both the availability of serviced land available for multifamily, and again, I don't want to exclude single family or other forms of housing, both Greenfield as well as from an infill perspective, because we don't know what the servicing capacity and this is actually pretty critical information if we're going to meet any type of housing need, rental or ownership or anything else. It's actually imperative. Would you disagree?
Would I disagree? No.
Okay. So is one of the things that's been getting in our way the fact, and when we're talking about serviceability, we're literally talking about infrastructure modeling for the city of Regina. Have I got that right?
Through you, yes.
I have 100 conversations about this, so I'm just testing this, make sure you and I are having the same conversations. Infrastructure modeling. So we don't know what we have. We don't know what our capacity is. We don't have serviced land. Therefore, we can't build housing. And again, I don't care if it's a 6-story rental apartment or side-by-side 1,000-square-foot bungalows. Don't care. We can't do it right now, can we? We can do it when they apply, then we can pick that particular thing off. But you don't have a thing that you can go to say, hey, I know here, 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 and here. Is that fair?
To you, that is correct, and that is our end game.
Okay. So I think, and again, I don't want to, Councillor Hawkins will close, but based upon conversations I have with not-for-profits as well as with for-profits, is that the industry and interested stakeholders, both for-profit and not-for-profit, when they're identifying clearly infrastructure, I think you've just illustrated as a challenge, but other challenges or barriers associated with getting housing to market. And yes, the Housing Accelerator Fund agreed. Some of that will be about what gets approved in here, but there is a regulatory element to it which the federal government has an expectation with that we get the hell out of the way when we don't need to be in the way. Like, we don't need to create a process just because, hey, we want to look at it. Like, we've got a building inspection, we've got whatever. It's about peeling us out of the way, but you're right, we don't have the foundational pieces in place to actually even identify the land that's available. But I think when it comes to number D, the regulatory processes, to my mind, I appreciate your response in that, hey, we did this, this, and this, as in on the Housing Accelerator funding amendments, we've done some of it already. We identified 3 pieces of land and we just pre-zoned them, like we just zoned them. Here's all the permitted uses and Bob's your uncle because we understand the servicing or what needs to happen for the servicing. I think that's great. But I think there's other elements in terms of industry consultation. Again, I hear it from not-for-profits as much as I hear it from for-profits when they're trying to do this stuff. there are other things in their minds that are ridiculous, like landscaping or like parking requirements, so God bless. Some of that consultation when he's saying, like, can we just keep making sure we're asking the questions as we go, because there's probably easy wins in there where they said, can you stop doing this? Or could you start doing this? Like, that's fair, isn't it? I'm sure you hear it all the time. I'm betting.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, that's correct. And a lot of those things that we are hearing come forward in some of those, I don't know, like those housekeeping amendments that we're doing. I know Mr. Mario has another report coming up shortly with some more housekeeping amendments and to the zoning bylaw, or, sometimes the OCP. But that's what those are about, is sometimes we just hear these things that are in our current bylaw that are in the way. And certainly we are open to any of those conversations and making adjustments as we move forward.
Okay, I appreciate that. I guess, well, this happens to be the topic, so here it comes. I'm going to ask you a more philosophical question. Yeah, just brace yourself. It's January 31st, we're 1 month into 2024, right? And I know your folks do a lot of work and you're processing applications, and I hear about your folks meeting with folks all the time. But my question is, when did you advise council of the work that you would be performing in 2024, or that was carried forward from 2022 or 2023, so that in a snapshot, we would know what work had been completed and undertaken? Because even though, and with due respect, if there's a report on housing that was prepared in 2018, I actually don't care about it anymore. Zero. It might form some baselines, you can copy and paste some of that information, but it has nothing to do with the relevant market today. But there's a curiosity, philosophically speaking, from a council perspective, because you keep getting asked the questions, well, what about this report, and what about this report, and haven't you already done this report, and haven't you already done this work, and what about this work, and right? And so my question is, when did you advise council of the work that your department would be undertaking and what we could expect to see this year, so we would have some understanding of the questions that we were asking today?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I can't think of one particular instance where we provided a report that would indicate all of that.
Okay. I just want to say, I don't, even the report formats, I know there's a format and it's good for consistency and stuff. Sometimes a memo of update just to say, hey, here's the work that we're working on and here's the outcome we're hoping to achieve. So when we have a motion come forward in September or whatever that got tabled, like this particular one, it's like, oh, this already ties in, this already ties in. So there's some knowledge in advance. And I sort of set you up, clearly I set you up for that. But I think you're doing good work and we don't know about it. And we don't know how it ties into what water and wastewater is doing. And we don't know how it ties into what transit is doing. We don't, there's a frustration here, or at least with me, I won't speak for everybody, there's a frustration with not understanding how it all ties together and where threads need to be pulled together. I think Councillor Bresciani said it, like that silo approach versus, and I know you're working together, I know you're working with water and wastewater, I know roads is working with water, like I get it. But we don't hear about it, not even in an update. Like just in a simple form going, here's what we're working on, here's what we're hoping to accomplish, put it on one page, we're good. Do you get where I'm going? Is that fair? Is that unfair of me? I'm going to ask that question, which clearly you can't answer that question honestly, but I'm going to ask it anyways. If you were, yes. Yeah. If you were me, does that sound unfair from a governance body?
Through you, Mayor Masters, no. No, I don't think that sounds unfair. And I know we are doing work on how we report back to council on a number of levels, and so I think that there'll be some opportunities where we will create to provide these kind of updates.
I want to support this, but I want to also just tell you and your team, if you run into something that's too massive or it gets held up, just throw us an interim report at executive committee. We're not unreasonable human beings, but when we have to wait 7 months for our report to find out that it actually doesn't achieve what we wanted it to achieve, or holy smokes, what about this, what about this, what about this, or you run into challenges and need something from us, just keep us updated, because we want you to achieve this work. It's good work, it's important work, appreciate the work. So I'm going to support Councillor Hawkins, but if it becomes too onerous or you're finding, just let us know, please. Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, you close.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate very much the discussion with the administration and the frankness and honesty with which you've dealt with our concerns, sometimes awkward concerns. In addition to keeping us kind of in the loop, it probably would help if you could keep the industry in the loop a little bit. Sometimes when we hear from them, they're saying, we keep saying something, we keep saying it, and nothing's happening. And that may be as much a communication problem as a substantive problem. So if, as we go down the next few months on this, if you could talk a lot to the industry, I think it would help. The other thing is, some of the things we've talked about here are challenges that every government at every level on every issue faces. How do you advance a sound public interest policy and yet at the same time be nimble enough to catch the day? And right now we're in a moment with respect to housing and probably the economy as a whole of catch the day. So I think in my closing I'd like to encourage you to be nimble. Thank you.
To the request of Councillor LeBlanc, we'll vote on 1A, B, and C together. Is this correct? Are you okay 1A, B, and C together?
Yeah, and even point 2.
Oh, just exclude point D?
Yeah.
And so okay, awesome. So council, we're going to vote on 1A, B, C, and point 2, and we'll vote on point 1D separate. So 1A, B, C, number 2.
Can you get that? Mayor Masters, this part of the motion is passed in a vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Stadnicek, Findura, Zakidniak, Stevens, Manson, Limol, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against was Councillor LeBlanc.
Excellent. Thank you very much. The clerks, can we vote on point number 1D now?
Mayor Masters, 1D has passed in a vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor of this portion of the motion are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Stadnicek, Findura, Stevens, LeBlanc, Manson, and Limol, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against was Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Folks, we are going to move on to motion 23-10. I swear I know what I'm working on. One moment, please. All right, apologies, Council. So in motion 2310, we do have delegations available on this, present today. I would like to call upon Delegation Amy Snyder. Ms. Snyder, as you approach, I'm going to ask that you state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address Council, after which there may be some questions for you. No, it happened. Our break's in 15 minutes. Don't worry. You can collect your thoughts then. Ms. Snyder, please go ahead and have a seat.
Dear Honorable Mayor and City Council, as you know, I don't need a chicken bylaw myself. I have an exemption from the current animal bylaw as I have a doctor's prescription for chickens. You may ask why I'm here, as in what are my motives for creating Queen City chickens and advocating for this bylaw change that I don't need. I'd like you to know that I am not a crazy chicken lady. I actually am level-minded and lead a well-balanced life when I'm not experiencing severe depression, which is what brought me to chickens in the first place. I teach at the U of R, I have friends, not only chicken lovers, and I do indeed have other hobbies and interests besides chickens. I forgot to mention, I live in Ward 1, Lakeview. My name is Amy Snyder. So why am I here? I'm here because my 4 girls have given me, my family, my friends, and my neighbors so much joy and so many other benefits, and I wish to share this with my fellow Reginans. This pet project of mine also comes from a place of wanting to do good in my community. It's true, though, that doing good feels good. My psychiatrist calls my chicken work the best therapy of all. It's been so encouraging to have so many fellow residents reach out to me with their support and excitement. Hundreds of people from across the city have asked me how they can help see this motion pass. Many have contacted me asking to be a part of the pilot project, not understanding that it doesn't even exist yet and that I would have nothing to do with it. This motion has garnered support from people across the political and socioeconomic spectrums. I've talked to people through this chicken work that I normally wouldn't associate with, and it's been great. I've spent the last 3 years researching urban backyard hens across the country. With Queen City Chickens volunteers, we have provided you with an abundance of research and resources to help the city create this tiny pilot project with as minimal as possible an amount of work or expense. And we are here to help. I'm asking you to keep an open mind when you vote on this motion today. Urban backyard chicken keeping is its own unique thing. Please put aside notions of chickens you may have from your experiences on the farm. Urban backyard hens are primarily kept as pets. Keeping up to 6 hens is not very different from keeping 6 other birds that are allowed, such as 6 quail or 6 pigeons. With a bylaw in place, their care and well-being would be more easily ensured. The pilot project, if similar to ones that exist in 50 other plus more Canadian cities, would actually micromanage licensed chicken keepers. We recommend that participants be required to take an online chicken keeping class, build a coop and run according to very tight specifications, have their property and setup inspected, register themselves with a provincial premise identification number, and fulfill many other requirements before even receiving their license to keep hens. This level of control and management is far more than what is required for people to keep other pets. It would be in place to ensure the safety and well-being of the animals, their keepers, and the neighborhoods in which they live. The result of this level of caution is that hens would cause very few problems, as they do in the many other cities where they peacefully live. I have reached out to you several times, perhaps too many. I've reached out with the hopes that you would take me up on my offer for a coop visit and allow me to address any concerns you have about this motion. I haven't heard from all of you. But I expect you've looked at the resource package that Queen City Chickens has provided. There you will see evidence of how urban backyard hen bylaws work with very few problems in cities across the country, from Vancouver, Victoria, Edmonton, Calgary, to St. John's, Newfoundland, and Yellowknife. Every province and territory other than Saskatchewan and Manitoba has urban hen programs. People have said to me that Saskatchewan is always behind, and this makes me sad. This doesn't need to be so. Saskatchewan doesn't need to be last. Let's let that fall to Manitoba. As more Reginans learn about the awesomeness of urban backyard hens from media, people will want to keep them with or without a bylaw. Without a bylaw, more people will fly under the radar, keeping underground chickens without regulations in place for their safety and well-being and biosecurity. Folks will get hens on a whim without the education and precautions that a bylaw would require. Queen City Chickens is asking you to support this motion today so we can test out how legalizing backyard hens would work here. Without this data, we'll never be able to say if they are valid or viable or not. Finally, I ask you to humor me and take a look at the images in Exhibit A of the birds and tell me which of these animals are banned. I look forward to hearing your response to that question and answering questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Snyder. I got a question from Councillor Zakidian. There you go.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder. So just the image that you showed us at the end, I believe that was, this was something you had asked for the clerk's office to email to us,
Yes,
right?
correct. I believe that you have it in front of you, or I hope you do, as well as another document with images of my family, both human and fowl.
Okay. I do. It was emailed at 1:28 from Martha Neabart.
Yeah, I've been busy.
Okay.
I'm sorry it was late.
No, that's okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
Okay. Oops. Thank you. Mayor Masters, I'm trying to get my camera to work there. Through the mayor, my question to Amy is to tell us if you've had, what your relationship with your neighbors has been, and if you've ever had any complaints, either about noise, smell, rodents, anything else. Have you had any complaints, and how do your neighbors feel about your backyard chickens?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Stadnichuk. Before bringing chickens onto my property, I surveyed my neighbors to ask their feelings, and they were all extremely supportive. I was at first renting chickens for the summer of 2020. When I realized that my family did not want to let them go, I again asked all my neighbors, after having them in the neighborhood for 4 or 5 months, if I could keep my chickens, and they all said yes. Furthermore, before going forward in the media, I wanted to ensure that everybody in my neighborhood would support this. So I went door to door with my son in a 2-block radius. Not everyone answered over the several days we did this, but everyone who answered said that they, first of all, had never heard my chickens, we asked, and had no problem with me having chickens, and they expressed a lot of joy and excitement over this, and a few came over to visit my girls. My neighbors on both sides of my house have written letters to council, and one of them is making a delegation today, which I will be reading on her behalf. That letter was titled, "I Love My Chicken Neighbors." She absolutely loves, and her family loves, to see my girls going about their little chicken lives. And my neighbors on the other side have children who often come over to collect eggs, bring their friends over for education on how eggs are made and how chickens live, and etc. I have never had a neighbor complain to me. The time that someone phoned Bylaw was immediately following me being on CBC radio. I suspect that someone out there with a bone to pick with chickens might have reported me. But as far as I know, all of my neighbors in my entire neighborhood love my chickens. Many come over just to sit with them because they find it relaxing and enjoyable.
And I guess, thank you for that. And I guess my last question through the mayor is about the commitment that's involved in raising hens, having backyard hens. I think that there is some fear that people who are going to want backyard hens, who do not know how to care for them, who do not understand the commitment, what's involved. So can you say a little bit about what is involved, what you have had to do in order to keep your hens?
Certainly. Thank you again for that good question. So first of all, people will always keep pets poorly. People will keep chickens poorly, whether there's a bylaw here or not. And in fact, many people in the city, and I know this for a fact, are keeping chickens, as I said in my letter to you today. The people who would sign up for the pilot project and following it, if it becomes successful and goes on to be a bylaw, the people who would comply with bylaw are not the people we would need to worry about. However, having a bylaw in place, making it public knowledge that this bylaw exists, would also make it public knowledge that there are many complex factors to consider if you want to have chickens as a pet. And more people who want chickens would know that the city has this bylaw in place, and therefore they would know what is required to care for chickens properly. Those who do comply with the bylaw, whether as part of the pilot project or down the road, would, as I said in my delegation to you, have to go through an enormous amount of work. I do not say that one should get chickens on a whim. It's not like getting a goldfish in a bowl. Of course, you need a coop. Some people keep their hens in the house. I don't. I think actually you could legally here, by the way, but no, that's not what we're calling for. You would need to have a suitable coop that would keep your girls predator-proof, a predator-proof coop that would keep them warm in the winter. Therefore, it would need to be an insulated building with some source of safe heat, and I could talk more about that in detail. You'd need probably a heated dog water bowl to keep their water from freezing. You would need to predator-proof it. You would also want to deter rodents. The bylaw would have language that would regulate how you store your chicken feed in steel bins so that it's mouse-proof. The bylaws that I have looked at from Edmonton, Vancouver, and across the country, there is variance and some are more lax than others, but the ones that we, Queen City Chickens, are suggesting that the city consider are very detailed and very controlling, to be frank. And in order to pass muster, you would have to put a lot of effort and some expense into getting chickens. I'd also like to say on that note that we have never suggested chickens as a way to get free eggs or even cheap eggs. I could talk more about food security versus food sovereignty if anyone asks the question. There is upfront expense. There is a lot of work. Once it's set up, actually though, chickens don't take a lot. My husband cleans the poop board every morning, which is a board underneath their roosting post, scrapes the poop into a bucket, puts it in our own garden compost bin. My son tops up their food and water. We keep an eye on them throughout the day. They are really no more work than taking care of other pets such as cats and dogs. Cleaning up their poop in the yard, I mean, they don't make a lot. We're talking about 3, 4, 5, or 6 birds. It's no less work than dog duty. I'm not sure if I've answered your question sufficiently. Yep. I could go on and on and on.
And I did have a visit of your hens, so I did really appreciate that. So thank you very much for giving me that tour.
Thank you for taking me up on that offer, Cheryl. Councillor Stanichuk.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Findura, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I did visit. So my question to you is you have your setup is very well set up, you might say. You have a large yard, you have a lot of space, you have a chicken coop in the garage, you have fences, you have good neighbors, all that. So I think I asked the one question about the bylaw, and you did answer some things that some folks like yourself are 100% on making sure that you don't need bylaw, you don't need law to do the right thing. Moving on a bigger scale, in your opinion, I know there'll be education, there'll be a lot of probably work and hardship and all that. How would you summarize someone with a smaller yard? How would they be? What would that look like in your opinion? For instance, the type of setup you have.
Thank you very much for that very good question, Councillor Findura, and thank you very, very much for coming to see my coop and for talking to me. That is a very good point you make that I do have. I'm very privileged. I live in Old Lakeview on a double lot. I have a beautiful backyard. It's why we bought the house. However, you don't need that much room to have chickens. For one thing, I've been breaking the bylaw that does not exist. I've been allowing my girls to free range in my yard because I have a very good fence and they have never caused any problem with escaping whatsoever. And I watch them very closely. Bylaw would require, however, that these backyard hens be kept either in their coop or in an enclosed predator-proof chicken run. That is usually made out of hardware wire. Chicken wire itself is actually not sufficient for keeping animals like weasels out. And so this chicken run would not actually need to be very large. In fact, I believe that most bylaws stipulate something like 10 square feet per chicken. Even that is exceptionally generous, one could say, to a chicken compared to those who live in battery cages in hatcheries, in egg production farms. For a chicken to even have 10 square feet of space to chicken around in is quite luxurious compared to the billions living in tortured circumstances. So in conclusion of that point, you don't need to have a lot of space to keep hens. People do this with very little space, and it still works fine. Some chicken coops that you can buy that are pre-made have a coop and run all attached in one confined space, and the run section, frankly, for my standards, is too small. But so be it, it would probably pass bylaw. In order to succeed in getting your chicken license, as I mentioned, you would need to have an inspection of your property. I will note, however, that in Edmonton, where they've been doing this for a decade, they have so few problems with licensed chicken keepers that they have stopped making inspections of property to grant a license, and they have stopped having annual inspections to those chicken licensed properties. It's that successful. But in order here, I would suggest to just get this started and get it off successfully, I would suggest a property inspection to make sure that people are complying with all the language, which would include needing to have a certain amount of space. If someone does not have sufficient space, they simply would not be given a chicken license. And again, I know there will be people who just do this illegally. There are already, though. Have I answered your question sufficiently?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor Blanc, do you have more than one question? We've got a mandatory break, so. Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. If this passes and there is a pilot project, does your organization, Queen City Chickens, anticipate providing support to those entered in to participate in the pilot project?
That's another excellent question. Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Absolutely. So at the moment, Queen City Chickens is simply a small citizen-run group. We have no official or legal status. And therefore, as far as I understand from conversations with City Bylaw and with the Regina Humane Society, we would need to become incorporated or something like that. I don't know. We would have to become legit, legal, and I could see us, and I know we have supporters who would do this, becoming an organization similar to, say, Regina Cat Rescue, which does work with the city and the Humane Society to collect stray or abandoned or street cats and foster them. Queen City Chickens, I am certain, would have a devoted group of volunteers, similar to those volunteering for Regina Cat Rescue. I myself would be one. If given the legal authority, I would help with the collection of loose chickens, which, by the way, is pretty much a myth, especially with 20 homes and especially when they hate walking on snow. But yes, I would go out there and help rescue a lost chicken. I would house it in a secluded, isolated area away from my own flock for biosecurity concerns until its owner is found, which should not take long because we suggest the hens be banded. Furthermore, if no such owner can come by or no one wants their chicken back, we would be able to rehome that chicken either with someone else who has a pilot project license and has not reached their limit of 6 hens, or to a few farms that we know of outside of the city that would act as chicken sanctuaries for the city of Regina. I could go on, but I know everyone wants a break.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor LeBlanc. I have no further questions from council. Thank you very much for waiting today to come and present to us, and
No
ask
more
that you return to the
questions?
gallery. No, ma'am. Not the way delegations work, but you can contact each of us directly, and you'll see who you get responses from. Council, we have a mandatory 15-minute break at this particular point in time, which will take us to 4:38. We'll see you back here. And if you're in the room, we'll start. Welcome back, Council. I would call upon Delegation Medri Purdom. Ms. Purdom, when you approach, I'll have you state your name for the record, organization you represent, if any, where you reside, and you'll have 5 minutes to address Council, after which they may have some questions for you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jo Shepard. Medri is not able to present today, so I will read her letter to City Council. Dear Honorable Mayor Masters and City Councilors, I am one of Amy Snyder's friends who has reaped the benefits of spending time with her hens. Like Amy, I struggle with mental health issues. Mine appeared suddenly in 2020, just shortly after I'd been sick with COVID, and are likely part of a set of symptoms attributable to long-haul COVID. For a while, my illness was severe enough that I needed to take time off work. It was during that time that I first got to know Amy's 4 hens. Spending time in her backyard was very therapeutic. Chickens have a way of going about their business that is just simply so relaxing to watch. Other friends and neighbors who I met in Amy's yard were there for this same reason. The way hens move about, scratching for bugs, jerking their heads to look around, luxuriating in a dust bath, is entirely unique to them. It puts a smile on my face. The little noises they occasionally make do the same. In particular, Amy's hen Pancake would sometimes sit on my lap and let me stroke her. Chicken feathers are exceptionally silky. Petting Pancake was very soothing during my most difficult days. Amy opened up her backyard to me with an invite to come sit with the chickens whenever I liked. This was something I did to help me get through that time. My psychologist saw the value of this visit with the hens to the extent that she urged me to write something for myself about Pancake. She gave me this homework so that I could firmly set in memory the sense of peace and calm I derived from it. I feel as though city-dwelling people are often cut off from non-human animal life and suffer for it. I was surprised to find that a chicken would elect to be a lap chicken at all, that it would want that sort of interaction with a person. I hadn't spent very much time with chickens before my visits to Amy's. Visiting these hens, with their surprising sociability and industriousness, made me feel as though I was in a more peaceful relationship with the world around me, a world that otherwise sees an animal like a chicken as a resource to be exploited. The idea of therapy chickens may sound bizarre, amusing, or just downright silly. It isn't a joke. There are studies on the therapeutic benefits of birds. The Washington Post reported that researchers found a significant positive association between seeing or hearing birds and improved mental well-being, and that the benefits persisted well beyond the bird encounter. If a participant reported seeing or hearing birds at one point, their mental well-being was higher on average hours later, even if they did not encounter birds at the next check-in. The benefits of chickens as therapy or emotional support animals is also well documented. The American Council for Disability Awareness has posted the 6 benefits of raising chickens. These are: they reduce anxiety and depression, they encourage verbal communication, they encourage routine and responsibility, they produce laughter, they lessen loneliness, they trigger fewer allergies. I can attest to these benefits of spending time around hens. People may keep hens for a number of reasons, including for their local and humanely produced eggs, the garden fertilizer they create, their companionship as pets, not unlike other pet birds, or for their therapeutic value. So many other Canadian cities are already allowing residents to keep a small number of pet hens, and I'd like to see the city where I live, Regina, do the same. Thank you for your careful consideration of this motion. Medri Purdom.
Thank you very much. Council, as that was a letter submitted to Council and read by Jolene Shepard here, there'll be no questions as to that, but did you want to stay? You're on the list if you don't. Did you want to present?
Sure, I have to go get my...
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay.
So for the record, the drill is the same. You'll have another 5 minutes, and please introduce yourself. Thank you so much.
Okay. My name is Jo or Jolene Shepard. I am a resident of Ward 8, presenting on behalf of myself. Hello to Honorable Mayor Masters, Regina City Council, and others present today. I'd like to talk about how hen keeping can play a role in building positive neighborly relationships between Regina residents. I believe that a thoughtfully created hen keeping bylaw will support good relationships via clear regulations, the opportunity for planned community gatherings, and the spontaneous interactions that result from sharing our urban environment with other creatures. Many people in many other Canadian cities keep hens for the several benefits they bring, such as local food and mental health support. With a bylaw, Regina residents wishing to keep hens would have clear guidelines on how to do so in a clean, safe manner, and residents worried about noise, smell, or other issues would have a process they can turn to if absolutely necessary for reporting purposes. We know that as urban residents, sometimes we need to negotiate with our neighbors over how we share space. In the best case scenario, people can work out solutions between themselves. When this is not possible, having a process for following up with the city would provide some peace of mind for those who have concerns. I believe it is important to remember that we rely on municipal bylaws to support other kinds of pet ownership. A hen keeping bylaw would be no different. Ultimately, regulations will benefit both those wishing to keep hens and those who fear negative impact from hens by giving everyone clear rules. Going beyond legal structures, education into how our food is grown and raised can help people build relationships that contribute to a more vibrant urban society. Hen keeping is one way to equip residents with ecological awareness and build bridges between people. Online and in-person gatherings will naturally proliferate, with hen-curious residents wanting to learn from those with experience. Topics for public talks and hands-on workshops can include healthy hen keeping, best practices for caring for egg-laying hens, creative coop building, winterizing coops, hens and home gardens, and much more. Talks and classes offered via our public libraries and community centers will bring people together to learn and build skills. These will be excellent opportunities for grassroots community building, offering residents a chance to get to know neighbors and make friendships based on a common interest. We know that in our modern culture, we are seeing a decline in third spaces or common places to gather socially without the pressure of making a purchase. Providing reasons for people to gather for fun and learning is essential for developing healthy community relationships based in mutual respect and inclusion. Finally, having happy and well-kept hens in a backyard will support new interactions with neighbors. Plenty of people want to gather eggs, keep hens as a pest control feature in their yard, or are eager to use their valuable compost. These are topics not only for learning in settings as mentioned above, but also for endless conversations between neighbors. Additionally, and importantly, hens are simply fun and interesting birds to watch go about their lives. Having hens may stimulate new connections between residents, as responsible hen keepers make neighbors aware of their flock, which will open doors to dialogue. As many of us who enjoy gardening or dog walking know, it is often through repeated, casual meetings in our streetscapes that we develop relationships with each other. Hen keeping offers another opportunity to connect with the people on the other side of the fence or alley. Being outdoors, showing off a coop, or mutually enjoying the antics of happy hens are easy ways to provide a basis for meeting neighbors and creating new friendships. Providing a bylaw-supported opportunity for hen keeping and making room for the formal and informal gatherings and connections that hen keeping will generate demonstrates how we value, use, and share land in our city. Keeping hens is ultimately about sharing space and should be about sharing our knowledge to assist others who want to do the same or who simply want to enjoy as they pass by. Hen keeping can foster community building and positive personal relationships, a benefit for all Regina residents.
Thank you very much. I have a question for you from Councillor Zakiniak.
Hi there. You mentioned in when you were speaking about chickens providing pest control. Could you elaborate on that further, how they can do that for the yards that they're situated in?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Zakiniak. So to my knowledge, and now I have not kept hens myself, but chickens love to eat bugs. And so for many of us who have gardens or yards, like bugs are something that people have different feelings about. Many of us who garden know that there are many beneficial pollinating insects, and then there are also insects that might annoy us or kind of interfere with our enjoyment of our yards. So keeping like things like beetles at bay, or just, like chickens augment their diet by eating insects. And so for those of us who who want to sit outside, we might enjoy the time outside a little more, seeing the chickens kind of keeping some of those more annoying bugs down.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much. Joe Shepherd, thank you for both reading the other delegates as well as your own. You return to the gallery. I'd call upon delegation Madison Fall. So Amy Snyder will be reading Madison Falls into the record. Please, go ahead.
Thank you again. Nice to see you all folks again. I will be reading on behalf of Madison Fall. She's asked me to do so. Dear councillors, my name is Madison Fall. I live in Argyle Park, Regina, and I support the pilot project for backyard hens in our community. I have been following the efforts of Queen City Chickens with excitement and admiration. There are many reasons I support their work, even if I don't choose to have hens myself. I believe it's important for people to be able to make that choice for themselves. People used to produce much of their own food, and at some point we moved away from that as we became more urban. But I think it's fantastic that folks are wanting to get back to that way of life. As an agriculturally dominant province, I find it bizarre that we are allowed dogs which create noise and smelly waste, or cats that kill many small native birds every day, but we're not permitted chickens which make less noise, will help nourish our families, fertilize our gardens, and bring a sense of responsibility and self-sufficiency to children helping care for the birds. If everyone applying for a license to keep hens completes a required educational course, they will be better equipped to provide care for the chickens' needs than most dog or cat owners are. My neighborhood was part of the Green Bin pilot project, and we loved that we could reduce our waste with it. But being able to repurpose food waste as food for birds that will give us more food in return is even more appealing to me. Regarding animal waste, if it is cleaned up properly and the recommendations of chicken care course are followed, a chicken coop will likely have less odor than a green bin does in the summer. You probably remember we were plagued by grasshoppers last summer. If you were able to keep hens, there would have been much fewer, and they would have been less destructive to the greenery in our yards, and our feathered friends would have been plump and happy, while giving you many nutritious eggs in return. My husband and I kept quail for a short time, and I can say without a doubt that they can be noisier than I think hens would be. They squawked at all hours, which is why we sold them with the yard, because we didn't want to be bad neighbors. If quail are permitted, why aren't chickens? They bring up all the same concerns, but chickens are quieter and produce larger eggs. You would need many more quail to get the same equivalent of eggs. Chickens make great pets. They are smart and affectionate and friendlier than some four-legged pets I've encountered. You don't have to worry about your toddler being mauled if a chicken with a bad attitude gets out of the yard, or finding dead chickadees on your front steps that were gifted by a roaming cat. On a list of concerns in regards to keeping chickens in urban areas, there are many which currently permitted animals would also create. There are over 50 cities in Canada which allow urban hens and have proven without a doubt that the pros outweigh any cons, which is why I believe city councillors should vote in favor of the pilot project that has been proposed. Thank you for your time. Madison Fowle.
Thank you very much, Amy Snyder. You can return to the gallery. I would call upon delegation Emily Tiefenbach. I'll ask that we state our name for the record. An organization.
Hello everyone, my name is Emily. I'm 11 years old and I'm deaf student in Jansen Deaf and Hard Hearing program, and I live in Ward 10. Today I will talk about the benefit of having chicken. Everyone knows what a chicken is. It's a flightless bird that lays delicious eggs. Chicken can be calorie, but there are benefits of only a chicken. Those benefits are less pollution, free food, good reward, more money, and a healthier lifestyle. Imagine a world where you can just go in your backyard and grab a bunch of protein, where we can make it happen with a chicken pilot project. Having backyard eggs can reduce pollution. Eggs don't have to travel miles so that we can eat when we can collect eggs from our chickens. One chicken typically can produce 1 egg a day. Sometimes they will lay 2, and on a miracle day they could lay up to 3 eggs. But if we have 4 chickens, you know how much pollution that will reduce? A lot. Plus, chickens eat table scrape with reduced food waste. After all, doesn't the city want to reduce food waste with the new roll out of the composting bin? Chicken will help this too. Food is expensive. Protein are even more expensive. I am the oldest of 4 kids in my family, so my parents spend a lot on groceries. We consume about 2,500 eggs a week, either in meat or in baking. Eggs are protein in chicken lay eggs. If you have a chicken, it will lay eggs for you to collect, and that makes it so you don't have to buy protein to get what you need. My nana has chicken on her farm in about 1.5 hours away near Melville. I love it when I visit her and get to eat her fresh eggs. There's nothing better than homegrown food. Having chicken will teach responsibility. I have some responsibility at home, like doing the dishes and helping clean around the house. But having chicken will help me learn more. I can learn how to take care of chicken by helping my parents build a coop, learn how to heat it, and help with the fencing around it. These experiences will help my family engage in meaningful activities together. Daily chores such as feeding, watering, and collecting eggs also teach responsibility, as these need to be done daily. Some people are short of money for the chicken exchange. Only chicken allow you to use food no one wants and turn it into food everyone wants. People can sell those eggs for money that can be used to buy other important machines such as heating, medicine, house payments, and more. I use a calculating plans to help me here, and it's super expensive to buy. Money earned from selling eggs, although I need to sell lots still, could help pay for my implant. Only a chicken can promote a healthier lifestyle. We'll have to get out to feed a chicken and collect eggs will allow more exercise. A coop has to be built, and that means the owner of chickens will have to build one outside. Chicken then will with nutritious eggs full of vitamins and minerals that help protect us from illnesses. Doesn't the city want us to be healthy? The benefit of having chicken far outweigh the expenses. Allowing backyard chicken in Regina provide opportunities for urban, homegrown food. I encourage the City Council to consider the chicken pilot project to see the benefit it brings to make Regina a chicken-friendly city. Thank you for your time.
Outstanding presentation. I have one question for you from Councillor Zakidniak.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, where did you say you live in the city again?
I live in Ward 10.
Ward 10. And you're a student at Henry Jansen's school, is that right? Have you talked to other students at your school? Do you know like what their thoughts are on chickens?
Well, did, and they said that they're kind of excited for the chicken to come.
They're excited for the chickens to come. They are, okay. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you very much. We call upon Delegation Carly Paravoth Porowski. Try that again. Okay, sorry. Carly Porowski? You're going to read Carly Porowski's? Okay, so Carly Porowski's presentation to council will be read by, please introduce yourself for the record.
It's Yvonne Yaschuk. I'm in Ward 10.
All right, please go ahead.
So I'm writing in support of the backyard pen bylaw pilot project. I live right next door to Amy Snyder and her family. Amy approached me in the spring of 2020 and asked if my family would mind if she kept a few hens over the summer. I had no problem at all with her doing so, even though I'd never lived near chickens before. I knew that a few hens would not cause any problem. Sure enough, the past 3.5 years have proven my intuition to be accurate. Amy's hens have never caused any problem whatsoever. On the contrary, I absolutely love living next door to them. The fence dividing our property is made of lattice work, and I can see her hens going about their business when I'm in my backyard. I love to watch them when going about their lives, doing their thing, and I also adore the soft little noises they make. I find them extremely relaxing to be around. They have never disturbed me by making noise, and I don't smell anything coming from them or their coop. We have had no increase in issues with mice or other vermin, and there has never been an issue with the hens coming into our property. My family and I are delighted that Amy has these hens, and we fully support the City of Regina developing an urban backyard hen bylaw, as so many other Canadian municipalities already have. Please consider voting in support of this small pilot project. Respectfully submitted by Carly Porowski.
Thank you very much for reading that. I'll have you return to the gallery. Thank you. I would call upon Delegation Jocelyn Manning Fox. Amy, I take it you'll be reading her submission? Okay, Amy Snyder will be reading the submission by Jocelyn Manning Fox of River City Chickens of Edmonton, Alberta. Please go ahead, Amy.
Thank you. Nice to see you all again and again. I will be reading on behalf of Jocelyn Manning, who lives in Edmonton and helps to organize River City Chickens, which is their own citizen chicken group that helps their city implement their own bylaw. Dear Honorable Mayor Masters and City Council, on behalf of River City Chickens, I am writing to express our full support of the proposed pilot project to permit backyard hens in Regina. River City Chickens is an Edmonton-based volunteer-led organization that supports responsible hen keeping in urban environments and offers educational opportunities to learn about urban hens. Formed in 2007, we have extensive experience in this area, including veterinary and infectious disease expertise. Successful backyard hen programs exist in numerous cities across Canada. River City Chickens has served as advisors and consultants for the cities of Edmonton, St. Albert, Leduc, Fort Saskatchewan, Spruce Grove, Kamloops, Fort McMurray, Calgary, and Grand Prairie in setting up the bylaws and guidelines for their hen programs. Support and services that River City Chickens can provide to the City of Regina and residents of Regina include Chickens 101 course, online education and resources for urban hen keepers, a licensing requirement in many municipalities. Online education and related resources for frontline staff working in animal control and bylaw. Urban hen program development, consultation or consulting services. Policy document review and input. If you have any questions regarding urban hen keeping in our prairie climate and the implementation of a successful urban hen program, please do not hesitate to reach out to me at the email address provided in my attached letter. With the very best regards, Jocelyn Manning Fox, PhD.
Thank you very much. I'll have you return to the gallery. I will call upon delegation Robin Coaster? Kester? Okay. Robin, I believe if I understand, did you want to read Carolyn's first and then do yours for questions? Do you want to do that? Okay, so she is here to read Carolyn Smith's written submission, and then we'll have you reintroduce yourself for yourself in terms of going forward. So please, proceed.
My name is Robin Kester, and I'll be reading on behalf of Carolyn Smith, who is unable to be here today. Dear Council and Honorable Mayor Masters, I would love to be there in person, but since I go most places with 5 minions in tow, you might be glad I'm not. We tend to bring distraction wherever we go. My name is Carolyn Smith. I'm a home educator, wife, and mother of 5 beautiful daughters. I currently rent a home in Ward 3. Saskatchewan residents all seem to share the idea that we're a few steps behind the rest of Canada, and Canada thinks the same about us. I love Saskatchewan. I grew up here. I'm raising my family here. I take any opportunity I can to trash talk Alberta. But in the matter of backyard hens, I'm ashamed to say that we are reinforcing the stereotype of a province that is behind the times. Almost all other major cities in Canada allow for backyard hens. Regina has the opportunity to lead the province and beat Saskatoon in this area. It's one more small step to making our city a desirable place to live. The City of Regina had spent a lot of money in 2023 to roll out the food waste composting program. If the council cares about waste reduction, then backyard hens fit hand in hand with that goal. For my family, backyard hens would provide a compost system by eating all our food scraps and pooping out fertilizer for our garden. Hens would give us an at-home food source and a pest control system. As a home educator, I am a strong believer in hands-on learning. Hens would allow my children to practice proper animal husbandry. Hens would give my children a chance to participate in their own food sovereignty. My children would gain hands-on knowledge in sustainable agriculture on a small scale, and right in their own backyard. What an excellent opportunity to invest in education. On the logistical side, being a bit behind in Saskatchewan gives us the benefit of learning from others. Edmonton, as has already been said, has an urban hen keeping course that we would likely use or emulate. Many other cities have run pilot projects and have laid out their findings for us to learn from. Regina already has allowance in their bylaws for animals like backyard rabbits and quail. The bylaw framework for backyard hens is already there. Keeping quail is essentially the same as keeping chickens, except for the fact that chickens are far more useful. I would urge Mayor Masters and the Council to vote in favor of a pilot project for Regina. With so many supporting the idea of backyard hens in our city, it's the perfect time to give it a try and find out if and how we can make it work. Please make my minions happy and give them something useful and productive to expand their minds. Please vote in favor of a backyard hens pilot project in Regina. Carolyn Smith.
Thank you very much. Now, Robin Kester, you would like to have your own presentation. Please proceed.
Thank you. So my name is Robin Kester, and I'm reading on behalf of myself. Good afternoon once again. My name is Robin Kester. I've already said that. I've lived in Regina for over 15 years and currently live in Albert Park, which is in Ward 2. I'm an addiction counselor, music teacher, musician, mother, and active member of my community. I'm in full support of this motion. And here are just a few of the reasons why. Number one, allowing backyard hens to be kept within Regina is very much in keeping with this council's unanimous vote in 2018 for sustainability. Hens are an extremely eco-friendly approach to waste management. Furthermore, the city's recent community safety and well-being plan states that one of its action steps in addressing food insecurity is to, quote, support and develop opportunities for urban agriculture, unquote. Backyard hens are an excellent, already researched opportunity to implement as a step toward increasing urban agriculture. Number two, I'm a mother of 4 children, aged 9, 8, almost 7, and 4. I would love for my kids to be able to see within our own backyard how to safely raise hens, how it can be possible to walk out the door and collect an egg for breakfast without that egg having had to travel 100 kilometers on a truck. The benefit of this kind of hands-on education would be invaluable for families, contributing to a sense of self-sufficiency and resiliency, which is also mentioned in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Number 3, this specific motion is about an opportunity to collect data. Research has already shown backyard hens in urban settings across Canada, not to mention around the world, have been welcomed and very, very successful. We want to have the chance to see what Regina's specific challenges and triumphs will be with backyard hens, and this is a no to very low cost way to achieve the collection of this valuable data. In closing, I simply see the approval of this pilot project as a no-brainer. It would be doing a disservice to the sustainability goals already in place for the City of Regina to not be on board. I urge you to seriously consider and approve this motion so we get the chance to see how beneficial it will be for our community as a whole. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Well done. I'll just give council a moment to see if there's any questions. I don't see any questions. I'll thank you very much for presenting both yours as well as Carolyn's. Thank you. I call upon Delegation Michelle Wiebe. Michelle Wiebe, as you approach, you'll state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which time they may have some questions for you. Welcome.
My name is Michelle Wiebe. I'm in Ward 7. Good evening at this point. Thank you for the opportunity to address this council regarding the Backyard Hens pilot project. Please forgive me if I seem a little nervous. I have severe anxiety, depression, and some physical challenges. But this subject is near and dear to my heart, so I felt the need to come and speak. Before moving to Regina almost 5 years ago, from BC, I was lucky enough to have backyard chickens on 2 occasions. My first group of girls came into my life when I was renting a basement suite. The homeowners lived upstairs and loved the idea of having some chickens in the backyard. The coop and run were built and the hens were brought home. I could not have imagined then what a blessing and joy they would come to be. I did not know just how unique and personable chickens could be. They wanted to be wherever we were in the yard and would run to greet us when we came home. Hens make great gardeners, but watch out for any low-hanging fruit or tomatoes. They will have their share. I found that there is nothing more relaxing after a day of chaotic work than sitting in the yard and just watching the hens go about their routines. Of course, one always has to be in your lap or on your shoulder. My neighbors also loved the hens and would bring them treats or leftover worms and bait after they were out fishing. In turn, of course, we shared the eggs our girls laid. When we purchased our first home, we lived in a townhome, so had to limit ourselves to raising chicks and taking them to the Montessori school for education with the preschoolers there. Then when we purchased our first house, my second group of girls came to live with us. At this point, I had 3 daughters, and we were living in a house with a large yard. These hens were handpicked by my middle daughter to be her therapy animals. These hens helped my daughter get out of the house and spend time with her hens in the yard. She also took them to school to teach other kids about the joys and benefits of having chickens. For my daughter, this was nothing short of a miracle for her to open up and share with others. Most afternoons and evenings would find us sitting in the backyard watching the hens. The hens would take turns sitting in my daughter's lap and on her chair with her. Being able to connect with the chickens was a big positive for her life. To see my daughter smiling and laughing at the hen antics was nothing could ever beat that. I want other people and children to have that kind of positive kind of emotion and benefit in their lives. With a world full of anger and chaos, please allow people to have those quiet moments, sitting in their yards, watching their hens live their best lives. Everyone deserves to have those kinds of moments, and I'm asking you to approve this pilot project.
Thank you very much, Michelle. We have a couple questions from councillors for you.
Okay.
Councillor Skiniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. You had mentioned that you used to keep chickens, and I just wanted you to touch on that experience a bit, as we've heard quite a bit about the experience of Amy Snyder and her neighbors all in support.
Of course.
What was your experience like, and did you have any concerns from neighbors? What was that experience like for you?
My first group of girls, we built the coop with the run and, predator proof because we had raccoons in the area. The neighbors on both sides and behind us just loved them. Like I said, they would go out fishing and they would bring over the bait, the worms, whatever they had left over. And the chickens would go running towards the neighbors. They knew them by face. and it was great. On the second occasion when we had them, the neighbors would come over and they knew about them and they would come and visit with them. They were great at pest control. I know you had asked about that before. They're great at getting slugs, snails, small rodents. They will go hunting. They were great, and the food scraps, they would eat all those. So even the neighbors upstairs and the neighbors on either side would bring out their scraps for them, and it was just amazing.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor LeBlanc, you're good? You're good? Okay. I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much, Michelle, for being here
thank
today.
you.
I'll ask you to return to the gallery. I'll call upon Delegation Emily Duncan. Emily Duncan, as you approach, you'll state your name for the record, where you reside. If you're representing an organization, please say that as well. You'll have 5 minutes, and then council may have some questions for you. Welcome.
Thanks. Hello, I'm Dr. Emily Duncan. I reside in Ward 3. I'm a researcher at the University of Regina, and my area of specialty is on food security and agricultural sustainability. I'm also a new resident to Regina. I recently moved here last fall, and there's a lot of things that I've loved about Regina and learning about this city since I moved here. However, when I went to plan my urban garden, I came to learn that there was a bylaw that disallowed backyard chickens, hence why I'm here today. I really encourage council to support the pilot project that's being presented today. And I'd really like to urge council to think big picture about the ways that this small bylaw change can connect to the overarching sustainability goals that have already been established by the city. In the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, as has previously been described, a key priority is to reduce food insecurity in the city by supporting and developing opportunities for urban agriculture. Supporting this motion today is key to enacting this recommendation. For agriculture to be successful and sustainable, there's a need to integrate both livestock and plant production. However, this can be incredibly challenging in urban environments. Backyard hens provide the perfect solution as they require less space and water requirements than other forms of livestock, but they do not create noise or scent pollution, and they can help establish a circular economy of nutrients for urban food production. In this way, passing this motion also contributes to the city's waste reduction goals and energy and sustainability framework. Backyard hens thrive on consuming compost from kitchen scraps, diverting waste from the city's landfill, and simultaneously creating organic fertilizer. Making positive sustainability changes at the municipal level cannot be achieved without a team effort. I believe that this motion has a lot of support of community members like myself and others who've had experience in keeping backyard hens, as well as being able to draw on the experiences of other Canadian cities who have successfully implemented backyard chicken bylaws for many years. I moved here from Guelph, Ontario, where many people in my community kept backyard chickens, including my next door neighbor. I know that urban hens can be important for education and community building. I encourage council to support this motion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Duncan, Councillor LeBlanc has a question for you.
Thank you. We've heard a lot today about other cities already allow backyard hens. The question I put to you through the chair is, do you think we need a pilot project? Would it be premature to just let folks have chickens?
I think that's a really good question. I think there are pros to a pilot project of seeing, as previous delegates have already mentioned, around gathering data about making sure that the rules that we put in our city are tailored to our environment. But also on the same hand, I do think that many residents are willing and capable to responsibly keep chickens in the city, and that perhaps that the pilot project doesn't need to last for 2 years. I think that we can draw on the experience of other Canadian cities. Over 50 have enacted bylaws that allow people to keep urban hens. So yeah, I think there are trade-offs to having a pilot project, but I think in order to get more people on support and having the idea of backyard hens, often a pilot project can be a good idea.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. I don't see any other questions. I'll thank you very much, Dr. Emily Duncan, for being here this afternoon, and ask you to return to the gallery. I'll call upon delegation Claire Emonson. As you approach, you'll state your name for the record, organization you represent, if any, where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present. There may be some questions afterwards. Welcome.
Great. Thank you for having me. My name is Claire Amundsen. I'm here to represent myself. I'm a resident of Ward 8 and an environmental engineer and sustainability advocate. I have over 14 years of research and policy experience in Saskatchewan and currently deliver environmental design solutions across Canada. According to my assessment, this pilot project has very low risk and high potential benefits. Hens cared for conscientiously, as proposed in the pilot program, would be an asset to our city by improving the well-being of residents, increasing our climate resilience, and helping us meet our sustainability goals. Small groups of 6 pet hens or fewer cared for according to the guidance and oversight of the city would have a general positive effect on residents in Regina. Hens would provide satisfaction and joy to their caregivers and friends in the community while being inconspicuous to neighbors. This is well documented by the presence of hens in over 40 other Canadian cities, and Emily has now said 50 she is aware of. Done well according to the bylaw, hens would support the positive image our city has as a place remaining true to its farming roots and build pride as a forward-thinking city. Food sovereignty and security are likely to become more important as the climate changes. Growing small amounts of food locally builds resilience capacity. Backyard hens would be an excellent opportunity to support and develop opportunities for urban agriculture, as stated in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Practical measures such as gardening and producing eggs build pride and satisfaction in our community, and these actions lessen the practical and emotional impacts of climate change and make us more resilient. Housing hens in urban lots presents an efficiency which is intrinsically sustainable by providing multiple uses for the land. These include localized use of organics from households and eggs and fertilizer for vegetable growth on site. These practices reduce the need to transport material over using oil and gas. Eating locally can significantly reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, as 6% of global emissions are from transporting food. Our sustainability goals, as stated in our energy and sustainability framework, are progressed by these actions. I ask that you support the motion being tabled by Council Member Shannon Zakiniak. This is one practical step that we can take towards sustainability. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions. I'll thank you very much for being patient today and ask that you return to the gallery.
Thank you for having me.
I would call upon delegation Joshua Campbell. Mr. Campbell, state your name for the record, organization you represent, if any, where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which there may be some questions for you. Welcome.
Thank you, Council. Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and City Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm here today to out my family as hen keepers for the last 4 years in Regina. And I want to tell you my reasons why. This wasn't an easy decision for my family. My 2 daughters are behind with their little toy chickens in the gallery. While we were in the backyard this past week, I asked, should Daisy, Rosie, and Bella, our chickens, who have been pets for us for nearly 4 years, be considered illegal? After looking at the chickens and my daughters, I decided that hen keeping is not something that we should be ashamed about. Our hen keeping journey started in the spring of 2020. While people were getting their COVID cats or dogs, I decided to get 3 hens. I'd love to tell you that my daughters were all over the idea and are helping me collect eggs daily and do regular cleanings of the chicken coop. At first they did, but now their interaction with their chicken sisters has been quite normalized. But I think that's the point. Having chickens around isn't some novelty to them, it's just normal. Yes, keeping city chickens involves some work. The upfront work and materials needed to set up our coop and run in our small heritage yard took a lot of research, thought, work, and some money. This is another reason why I think a bylaw for chicken keeping is so important for our city. People will do this anyways, like me. So you need some parameters set out to help guide people to do it in a way that maximizes benefits for both residents and the hens. As a family, we came up with a list of reasons why chicken keeping's been good. They're not as noisy as dogs or loud neighbors. They're not nocturnal animals. In fact, they go to bed much better than my kids. Secondly, they rarely are sick, and they are kept warm throughout cold spells, like the one we just had, because I insulated and heat their coop. We do have to clean up after them, but they're no different from a cat or a dog, except that their poop is great for our garden. We don't know what to do with our green bin, because all the compost goes to the chickens. Our homemade compost bin is like Santa's magic toy bag, because it never gets full. That's because our girls stir up and aerate the bin regularly. Another reason, one thing that's great about urban chickens is there's no predators. Cats are no threat, and dogs are always fenced away. Compare this to my buddy's farm where he has chickens regularly killed by coyotes and birds of prey. The educational aspect for our daughters. What better food-to-table lesson than your backyard? If you'd like to hear more about this and its connection to my work as an educator with my high school permaculture club, please ask me to follow up on it after. Likely the biggest bonus has been the community connections that chickens have helped us build. I have one neighbor who I often trade our eggs with for his yummy sourdough bread. And our neighbors are literally lining up to take turns chicken sitting. They love the fact that their kids get to connect with the hens and collect their eggs when we're away. Speaking of my neighbors, 5 of them shared a couple lines about their experience of our chickens, and I'll let them have the last words. Our neighbor Taylor and her family said this: "We've lived beside the Campbells for 4 years now. Almost all those years have been with chickens. Josh built a beautiful enclosure for them to live in, and we rarely hear them. We have 2 young children, and our daughter loves looking at them through the summer. Our dogs don't mind them either. Watching the chicken journey has been a really cool experience for my family, and we fully support having them." Our neighbor Colin and his family, who looked after our hens for a week last winter, said they were happy, friendly, clean birds, well trained to get into the heated hutch at night or when cold. They didn't smell in the backyard, and we never noticed the chickens as across the street neighbors. Neighbor Sarah and her family, who also looked after our chickens a few times, said, "We love chicken sitting. These urban chickens bring great joy to my family when we visit them. I love the kids seeing firsthand where our food can come from. My son says, eggs from the neighbor chickens taste way better. The other ones are old." Neighbors Kara and Murray and their son said, "We absolutely adored being able to care for our neighbors' chickens over Christmas. We knew they existed but had never seen, heard, or smelled any evidence. They brought us so much joy every morning waking up to bring them treats and let them out for the day." And finally, neighbors Sarah Maria, Alex, and their daughter said this: "The Campbell's chickens make excellent neighbors. We live 2 doors down and have never actually really noticed, let alone been put out by noise or odors. The only issue is that they provoke jealousy between neighbors over who gets to chicken set when the Campbells are out of town." Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Josh Campbell. Councillor Skiniak has a question for you.
Okay. So thanks for coming, Josh. You had mentioned that you have a small yard, and I want to ask you about that because it was questioned whether you need a large yard to care for chickens. So you said you have a small yard. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I don't know yard dimensions exactly, but we maximize the space in our yard. And it was, I did 3 years of thinking this over. I built the coop 4 years before my wife finally said I could do it. And I just kept harping on it every year. But I laid out a plan, and she made sure that I touched base with who is a resident person who can help us. And so there's all this stuff that was happening beforehand, and the yard was smaller, and we found a space where they could go in. And I think, all the stuff I read said as long as they had such and such cubic meters of space, that was good. And so did all that research ahead of time, and it's very doable. And I just think the question of scale is an interesting one because, you know, as you folks may know, scale is a big issue in big chicken operations in terms of the lives that chickens are experiencing in bigger situations. And I feel like in our situation, they're getting to run around at times, but I also built a big enough run so they had space that they can just stay in that space. So anyways, when I talk to them, they seem to have a good life, but I don't always talk their language. Yeah.
That's good. Have you had any negative experiences, like with your neighbors in terms of complaining about your chickens?
Not with my neighbors. I would say I've had some learning curves myself. They ate all our grass one year, and that was upsetting. And that was something that I learned was like, well, I actually increased the size of the run so they could have more space. So that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of upfront capital expense if you really want to do it right. And by a lot I mean like $400 or $500 I spent, you know, and that's a decent amount. So in hindsight, I would have done a bigger run at the start so that I could keep some of my small yard still for green space. Yeah.
And then lastly, you had mentioned something about the connection with your school's permaculture club, that you could expand on that. So if you could just provide whatever information you were hoping to give us about that.
You guys know I love talking about that. So another project I started in 2020 was a permaculture club at my neighborhood high school. Permaculture is a design system for creating sustainable and resilient communities that rely on few, if any, external inputs. This past fall, our club, in cooperation with Janice Grandel and her team at City of Regina's school tree planting program, established an orchard of 10 fruit trees in the schoolyard. Thank you very much. Our club was so excited about this. As part of our prep for the site, we did some soil testing and realized it lacked nitrogen. Simultaneously, we also had an issue with too many grasshoppers in the garden area. One of the main principles of permaculture is the problem is the solution. A conventional approach to this would be to buy pesticide for grasshoppers and to buy fertilizer for the site. So these both create problems that I don't have time to get into. So we proposed a permaculture solution, which was to bring my 3 hens over to the schoolyard. My girls are workers and they can solve problems like this easily. They love eating bugs and they love pooping nitrogen. And what is more, they turn grasshoppers into eggs. And added bonus for me. So this kind of design is really important because of those benefits. Unfortunately, because of current policy, my administrator did not approve of our plan to bring my chickens over to the yard. And we were required to implement a method of soil prep which was more labor intensive, required more inputs, and did not yield eggs. Most importantly, an opportunity for my students to see the implementation of permaculture principles was missed. I still dream of one day having small animals at the school as part of a system we're trying to create. In case you've never been, the cafeteria at my school is unreal, really good food, and I envision a day where a small percentage of that food would come from the schoolyard to teach that concept of less reliance on external inputs, which creates more carbon dioxide and is a huge educational opportunity for small-scale food production for urban people. And I think on that point, I just want to elaborate the increasing rural-urban divide. I'm from a farm, and I think that I'm seeing more. My mom's still on the farm, and there's just so much division between rural and urban people. And I think that bringing in programming like this, not only to our residences, but into our educational programs, will help to decrease that divide between urban and rural people. So it can be more understanding, especially from city people, that they could understand a bit more of the work that goes into that kind of stuff. I think there's a huge gap for a lot of city people about this kind of stuff, and allowing things like this is a small step in actually creating, I think, more cooperation in our province.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sakimiak. I don't see any other questions for you today. Thank you very much, Josh Campbell. You can return to the gallery. All right, Council, you're in for a treat. The city clerk will now read communication CP 24-2 into the record with vim and vigor. Please, take it away, Mr. Clerk.
Well, thank you, Council and Administration, for the opportunity to contribute to the Backyard Hen Pilot Project. As discussions regarding a potential pilot project to permit chickens in Regina backyards proceeds, the Regina Humane Society would like to ensure that both Council and Administration are well informed about the implications of poultry in urban areas. There are existing federal and provincial legislations governing animal health, welfare, movement, tracing, and food safety requirements that are universally applicable to poultry, regardless of their location. As a Ministry of Agriculture appointed enforcement authority under the Saskatchewan Animal Protection Act, as well as the City of Regina Animal Bylaw enforcement entity, I would like to emphasize a few aspects that merit consideration when contemplating the introduction of poultry in an urban setting. First is zoonotic disease. Chickens pose a natural reservoir for zoonotic pathogens with potential risks to people and pets. A Canadian Veterinary Journal survey published in January of 2023 highlights significant lack of awareness among chicken owners regarding disease transmission risks. There are concerns with salmonella linked to a backyard poultry and the threat of highly pathogenic avian influenza affecting small flocks. In the event of this influenza outbreak, chickens in residential areas would face the same strict federal measures as farm poultry, including quarantine and mandatory depopulation of all birds, regardless of individual health, to halt the disease spread and safeguard public health. From a property maintenance and public health perspective, coop drainage and slopes are also critically important for managing animal and human welfare risks posed by runoff to neighboring gardens and yards. Care and keeping. Consideration should be given to existing codes of practice regarding pullets and laying hens in the proposed program to support compliance and avoid potential animal welfare issues. A lack of experienced poultry veterinarians in urban centers also warrants attention, which may prevent or delay medical care for backyard hens. This could exacerbate health risks and potentially lead to animal welfare concerns. The last item is enforcement. It is important to take into account the associated costs and availability of enforcement for the proper licensing, control, handling, care, housing, and disposition of livestock in an urban environment. The Regina Humane Society does not have the facilities or resources to accommodate the handling, housing, and disposition of livestock such as chickens. City of Regina bylaws and their interaction with the Animal Protection Act of 2018 will require alignment for backyard urban poultry to ensure proper enforcement. Regina Humane Society Animal Protection Services and veterinarians are available as valuable resources to offer additional background information and address any questions that may arise. Thank you for your attention to these important considerations. Sincerely, Lisa Cook, Executive Director.
Ta-da. I think generally speaking, Council's impressed. Council, we have communications on this motion, which is the one just read into the record, CP 24-2, CP 24-3 from Evan Stumborg of Regina, CP 24-4 Joyce Kyoko of Regina, CP 24-5 Kayla Lawson of Regina, CP 24-6 Ren Kester of Regina, and CP 24-7, which is Michael Trussler, who had been originally scheduled to be in person, had let us know in advance of the meeting that he wouldn't be here. So CP 24-2 through 7. Can I get a motion to receive and file the communications, please? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Call the question. Are any opposed to receive and file? Seeing none. carried. Thank you. We'll now consider motion MN 23-10, Backyard Hen Pilot Project. I will ask Councillor Skiniak to please introduce her motion. Can we start the clock, or we're good? Okay. Got it. We got it up? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So, as you will see, this is the motion that I'm moving is up on the screen with some minor adjustments, or not, maybe not minor, adjustments in blue, due to ensure that our administration has ample time to move forward with this pilot project. I've moved the proposed start date to summer of 2025. What I am asking for is that administration report back to council in point 2 on or prior to October 9th with a report outlining the proposed specifics of the pilot project. I would like for this report to come back prior to our next municipal election so that we can, we don't have to start again after an election trying to figure out what this pilot project would look like. I have lots of notes, so I'm going to do my best to get through them. So I'm just as surprised as you may be at the amount of positive feedback that we've received on this small pilot project for backyard hens in Regina. And in fact, I haven't seen this level of positive engagement with council since getting elected in 2020. I've certainly seen plenty of negative feedback at proposed policy, but nothing even close to this level of support for a potential policy initiative. I think residents are looking for a good news story from our council. To test my theory, I have all the communications that I've received, but I'd like to hear about the service requests that the city has received that we haven't seen yet. So I believe that administration has those numbers ready. Can you share with us the service request numbers that you've received and the breakdown of those?
Councillor Skiniak, you require a seconder on the motion in order for it to go. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Okay, someone from Administrative Regina here to discuss? Mr. DeWall, okay, you're going to do this. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, thank you. We have received a total of 54 communications about backyard hens. 46 of those communications received have been in support of backyard hens. 7 have been against. And there's been one general inquiry which had no tone of opposition or support.
Thank you. My results are similar, if not even more supportive. We've heard from approximately 13 delegations today and received, I believe, 4 communications in support of backyard hens. I didn't count the Humane Society, who indicated that they were neutral in their position. Additionally, I took the initiative to not only read all the emails we've been sent by residents, but to count and sort them by ward. By my count, I've received 134 emails related to chickens. 132 were in support, meaning 2 wrote in opposition. One of those told me I should die, so you can decide how much weight you want to give one of those in opposition. These emails came from every single ward of the city, with the most coming from Ward 1, 28 letters in support. Ward 10 was second with 23, and Ward 3 with 19. But you can rest assured that there are backyard hen supporters located throughout our city. And I would like to remind folks that although we need to be attuned to the preferences of our ward, we also need to vote with the best interest of the entire city in mind. And I've heard a resounding yes from residents in support of this pilot project. This is further demonstrated by a petition asking us to approve this pilot project. When I last checked, it had 2,025 signatures, and almost 100 people signed yesterday, sending a strong message in support of chickens in advance of our meeting today. I believe that many folks are paying attention to the outcome of this proposed pilot project to see whether we do listen to residents when they tell us what they want for our city. And I believe that I've done my due diligence as the proposer of this motion, attending meetings with our bylaw enforcement, Regina Humane Society, River City Chickens based out of Edmonton, and Edmonton City staff to understand any concerns that they've had and ensure that they are addressed. And my assessment is, also, when you see that there's going to be a report back, this report back will answer any of your questions about noise, how folks will maintain their coops, the specifications. So all of those details will be worked out in this report back coming to council. And at that time, we will have the ability to test whether or not those are adequate. We can lean on the 40 to 50 other municipalities that successfully run backyard hen pilot projects. And I responded to any concerns that were sent to us from the province, which mirror some of the Regina Humane Society issues that they noted. I know that those concerns can all be addressed with the several months allowed to develop a successful pilot project. As a council, we always talk about the importance of gathering data. How else are we supposed to investigate the viability of this in Regina without testing it with a small group of households? Oh, I have more, but I'll stop.
You get to close off anyways. All right. Any members of council have any questions? I can't see on screen. All right. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Thank you. Get the chickens, understand the hens. It's the people that give me pause for concern. A lot was mentioned about other municipalities being able to take this on. I note that this is part of Bylaw. Knowing the background of some of the duties assigned to Bylaw in the last few years, one of them being lot drainage, and as well the reputation we've had from our inner city over the years and the problems we have to fix with that. I'm wondering about the capacity of the department, the ability to take on this project, and any viewpoints on that from administration.
Through you, Mayor Masters, indeed there will be activity required by our bylaw enforcement group to manage the program. I think at this point it would be difficult to give you an exact estimation of how much time that would take without diving in and really understanding what levels of enforcement we would be required to do. Will there be an impact on bylaw enforcement? Yes. Will we need to provide some resources in order to do that? Likely. What that exactly is, I think we could return to you in October and tell you that more decisively.
So if I understand you correctly, you believe there will be a costing impact. You can return for that costing impact, potentially for budget time and potentially for a new council, and that can fill in the blanks properly so we can make a well-rounded decision. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, that would be my comment.
Follow-up question I've had put to me from residents. A lot of the area that I represent is on the perimeter of the city. I note that people talked about natural predators. I have been having weekly emails about coyotes. As you go through this, will you be taking that into consideration as well? Not knowing what the effect would be, knowing that they're only showing up now. I've been in that corner of the city my whole life, and I haven't seen the problem in the past, so just being aware to the reality of today, is that something that will be considered as well?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we would consider the risk of natural predators as well as all the other risks that come with this, so including those of disease or other threats to the animals as well.
What about general costs for the public to understand? Listening to the delegates today, there is a cost behind implementing this. It sounds like free eggs and you're good to go and they eat all your scraps, but there is some costing. Living through the pandemic and witnessing people take on pets and all of a sudden hearing all the humane societies across Canada talk about those pets kind of draws a parallel line in my mind to people's enthusiasm to the reality. Are there any questions you could answer with the report in October for those questions and more information to be provided? Is that a possibility as well?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we would bring back a report that would work to summarize the costs associated with this pilot program. It would be the intent of the program to recover the cost through a licensing fee or a fee of some sort for applying for backyard chickens. Otherwise, we would have to find another funding source.
Okay. I believe my last question, once again, lot drainage has been a big deal in my first 7 years as a councillor. It was something to get that back on the books for Bylaw to investigate and get off the ground enforcing. I know you have a lot of inherent issues that have to be dealt with as well. How will this affect the work plans for summer 2024 for Bylaw and enforcement? Will it impede any forward progress? Do you see it getting in the way at all? I think as a councillor, I want to see success on our historical problems before I encounter new ones. And knowing that this has to get a second vote in October, I don't want to put extra work if there's chance, so that's why I asked the question.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would expect that in the season of 2024 that Bylaw enforcement's involvement in this would mainly be consultation. In 2025, when the program would actually go live, that would be at the point where we would see a little bit more involvement from Bylaw enforcement, and I would expect that to be loaded up front when the program's launched, and then slowly taper off into a more operational situation as we get used to the program.
Very wary of this. Appreciate the chance to step in through a couple steps instead of one big gulp. And I think that with all the interest shown, that I'm going to have a hard time. I got to think a bit, but I have a hard time not wanting more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you to you, Mayor. So the motion has changed. So what are we asking for today? So the original motion said that we are going to be voting on the pilot project, and it's going to go 2024. Are we asking today of the same, except the report comes back in October, and then we vote on it, or what's the Mayor? I think to Councillor Zahidniak.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so now just addressing the concern that Bylaw does not have enough time to put something together for 2024, and they had mentioned they wanted to bring a report back outlining how this would all work. So addressing that, that's why it's now proposed to commence in 2025, and you're right that the report coming back in October 9th does give us the ability to see the proposed bylaw, the proposed specifics of the pilot project, and at that time make any adjustments or vote the whole thing down if folks are not supportive of it in October. So this is essentially gathering more information.
So through Mayor, so this isn't a vote on the pilot project, this is just a vote to move this to October 9th, am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I did visit the yard. I see the importance of that, but at the same time, I have certain concerns, and I did ask the resident about the other four-legged creatures that might enter into the property, or some other things that could go on. Some folks are good at keeping things and doing stuff, but there are folks that are not. So I'm going to ask the administration quickly on we have a pigeon bylaw on our books. That has been a long-standing discussion. How strong is the pigeon bylaw? Because I know that there are some good folks, you don't hear about them, but then there are a few that are causing a lot of trouble. So with the pigeon bylaw, I just kind of want to compare. With the pigeon bylaw, the strength of the pigeon bylaw enforcing some things on a resident. You cannot enter without giving, like, for instance, you have to give a summons, or you have to give a notice of entry, you have to do all kinds of stuff. Am I in the right direction on how we doing bylaw on that particular file?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the pigeon bylaw fundamentally deals with a different type of animal in that it's geared for racing and show pigeons, and so I guess the bylaw is designed specifically for that reason, and so it would look a little bit different. What I can tell you about the pigeon bylaw that is similar to what we would be considering here is that we have a bylaw enforcement team. We have people on that bylaw enforcement team who are trained experts in how to manage that pigeon bylaw, how to identify gender, and what to inspect in the coops. And so in a similar way for this particular undertaking, we would also have to become educated on the proper care for backyard hens, hence the reason why I myself here brought today the farm buildings from 1928 to understand what's involved in a chicken coop. So there's a fair bit of education that would have to take place, but our bylaw enforcement staff would undertake that.
Okay, so to you, Mayor, so I think you just answered my next question about now you as a bylaw, not you, but as a bylaw, as a city, now you need to go to school, right? You need to educate yourself on that. So there's a lot of moving parts in even writing a bylaw, even setting up what you're going to do and how, because I mean, you could have a change of staff that things could happen. So it could be a lot of revolving door where there'll be a constant learning process with the city as a bylaw, with the residents as a keepers of the hens, all of that. And you answered that correct. So that's that. So there is a. I can see the what hens are and how that works. I mean, I grew up on a farm. I know that. But I'm just having a little bit of difficulties within like the inspections of the property, the cost of setting up the making sure that the hens have a proper, and it has to be too about the health of the hens and their exercise and their health and their livelihood type of thing. You can't just, like they say, put them in a chicken coop and close the door. So there's a different aspect of that. So yeah, if there's more to learn about that, I would like to hear that. But as of right now, I can't see. I'll reserve my decision a little bit later. But just having those thoughts about how we do. Biggest thought is as a city, as an administrator, as an arm of the bylaw, you might say, right? How, and so that it's going to be interesting to see how that's going to be written. Through Mayor, thank you for letting me for my comment.
Thank you, Councillor Bandura. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Seems like an easy one. I've been in cities that had these bylaws. It was a non-issue. People have them in my neighborhood. I don't particularly care. Through the chair, Eric, you'd mentioned a potential cost recovery model. I pay $50 a year to have 2 cats roam around my house. Why, I don't know. But it sounds like that would be the similar structure, and so I would register perhaps through the Humane Society. Is that how we would do a cost recovery model for this?
Through you, Mayor Masters, honestly, I don't know if I can answer that accurately right now. I think we'd need to dig into the information and really understand what the implications would be before we made a commitment like that.
Okay. Maybe I'll ask a broader question. There's nothing, I know we're really restricted on the kind of revenue we can generate through fees. This would be another where it would have to be cost recovery, and that would be the extent to which, but we could do it legally, correct?
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters, that's my understanding.
Okay. It's pretty standard for us to do that kind of work. Are there other bylaws we enforce and require people to pay for the cost of the enforcement?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so yes, we enforce a plethora of bylaws. So one instance that I would maybe just pull out would be the untidy property under the community standards bylaw. So typically what happens there is if we enforce and the owner of the property is not in compliance, we would enforce and actually clean that property, and we would put the taxes, or we'll put that back on the taxes in that regard. And maybe I'll just ask Ms. Schakowsky to add here. She's writing notes on her piece of paper to tell me to let her talk, so I'll just allow Ms. Schakowsky to also respond.
Through you, Mayor Masters, actually all of our licensing programs are cost recovery and includes a portion of the enforcement costs that determine the licensing fee.
Thank you. Say this passes, I hope it does. Signals that we're going down this pathway. Is it feasible to kind of just withdraw enforcement, kind of have a bit of a decriminalization approach? Because it's going to signal the public that we can do this. It's easy to overthink this kind of policy, but would it be the signal to administration that we're just going to kind of claw back on our enforcement of chicken complaints?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think that there are some other jurisdictions legislation that applies here. I think we need to understand more about what our responsibilities are before we would make a decision like that. But that is something you could task us with going away to look at, and we could do that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this passes by October. We'll see the roadmap before commencement in 2025. Sounds sensible. Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Anderson, I know you want to speak, but I think, did you want to interject something here?
Yes, that point of clarification that was brought to my attention by the city clerk, that with the addition of point 2, point 3 does not belong, doesn't necessarily make sense to be in this motion, because this isn't saying we're going ahead with a pilot project. We're now proposing a report come forward.
Okay.
So I'm fine with removing point 3.
Who's the seconder? Thank you. Councillor Stevens, you're good with that? Okay, thank you. Sorry, Ms. Anderson, please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would just say I was involved actually in the Edmonton project from inception kind of through the first couple of years. And I would say both the amount of work needed by administration and the amount of oversight is directly related to both the bylaw and the approach that you take towards proactive versus complaint-based enforcement, and frankly, even how you apply for the license. So if, I know, if I remember correctly, it was many years ago, but with the pilot project in Edmonton, we actually were required to go out and like look in the yards and actually do a bit of a hen training for the first, I think it was like 10 that were allowed, and then really it evolved into more of a like you apply for a license and you check off my yard is at least this big, I have read this hen training thing, and you really I guess trusting the resident and providing them with the information that they need to responsibly raise the hens, and then you rely on your community-based organizations that have expertise in it. So I would say that both the amount of work and resources required by administration is directly related to how the project is rolled out and expectations on oversight and enforcement.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I'm generally in favor of it. My position, I'm surprised there were so many delegates actually. It's great. I think if it helps some people's mental health and it doesn't harm mine, I can't hear them as a neighbor. I don't care. Have the hens. What's the harm? That's where I'm at. So I'm going to vote in favor of this. I think on the point Ms. Anderson made is a good one, is sort of we can directly control how much work we're putting on bylaw with this by the sort of bylaw we draft. And I think that's just one thing we're thinking about a bit more. I know there's some tendency maybe, and from the community group, to say the bylaw we're pitching to you folks is going to be really strict, and there's going to be these onerous requirements, and that means it's not going to bug the neighbors, but there's this correlated cost. And so I think it's worth thinking about, you know, how much trouble can 4 chickens in a predator-proof run cause? I don't think that much, and so it's worth just taking a bit of an economical approach to any bylaw we draft, and that'll be one of the things I'll be looking for if this passes in October is, more toward the decriminalize the chickens side of things than the regulate the chickens side of things, within reason. But I think there's a very sensible way we can do this that lets folks have chickens to show their kids where eggs come from, and lets them have the mental health benefits without overtaxing our often overtaxed bylaw enforcement department. So I think we can thread the needle on this one, and this lets us look into how to do that in a way other cities have. So I'm in support.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I do have, oh, no, Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for clarification. Does this motion approve proceeding with a bylaw, with a pilot project, and then receiving a report back? Or is it just asking for a report back to council? In other words, I see there's an inherent contradiction in the motion.
Councillor Skiniak?
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I had initially wrote it in support of the pilot project and going ahead with that bylaw. I understand what you're saying. I'm happy to adjust the wording further to clarify that what is being asked for today is simply for administration to do the work to report on a proposed bylaw and what that would entail and the parameters of the pilot project. So I don't know, I understand your concern. I don't have the answer right now, but I could spend a moment or two, or maybe somebody, the city clerk, has that. I think it's in point 1 where there's some concerns. Is that right, Councillor Hawkins?
Well, why wouldn't, if what you're asking for is a report back,
Yeah.
why wouldn't you just refer the possibility of a pilot project back to the administration with a report back?
Okay, sorry, can you say that again?
Well, you'd withdraw, it's not my motion. One way to do it might be to withdraw the motion altogether and move a motion to refer the possibility of a pilot program based on those parameters to administration and ask for a report back.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I think that we understand, I believe I understand what Councillor Hawkins is raising. It's legitimate. Essentially, what we could do is, what you could do, Councillor Zakidniak, I apologize, would be, we would tweak the wording to say that the motion is that administration report back to council on prior to October 9 with a report, and then we would take number 1 and we would fuse it into number 2 so that the report would be outlining the specifics of a pilot project that would allow 3 hens, yada, yada, yada. And at that time, in October 9, if at that time council saw the report from administration and approved it, then the report would also at that time be directing the city solicitor to draft an appropriate bylaw to come back. So if council is comfortable.
No, hang on, whoa.
No, I'm just saying, if it's comfortable giving us a couple of minutes, we can tweak this.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. Hold your horses. At 6:15, we're going to take a break. We'll try and power through this. You can have the discussion with the clerk's office, but I got a few questions before you make this amendment. I appreciate, Ms. Anderson, that you said it's all a matter of how you draft. So if I'm looking at the letter as it relates to provincial legislation, veterinary access, lack of experienced poultry veterinarians, urban area poses a risk. Currently, premises identification requirements, all backyard poultry are required to have a PID number in the event of any kind of pathogenic outbreak, preparing for and responding to national disasters. And so essentially, the province needs to know that there's animals in a backyard as it relates to chickens. And then straight poultry, I thought was fantastic because this act doesn't cover. I want you to tell me reasonably, and you know this, what is the animal bylaw officers, what's their workload like right now?
Through you, Mayor Masters, can I just clarify, are you asking about the capacity of the animal control officers?
Yeah, right now, because
Or animal
it seems
protection
to me
officers?
that unless we're going to, because it's either going to be them or it's going to be a bylaw officer who is going out and doing inspections, right?
Right. Speaking to capacity of the animal protection officers, I personally actually don't know. I would ask Ms. Schakowsky if she had an inclination as to what their capacity would be today.
Are they busy?
Through the chair, they are extremely busy. I was going to take a look at some of the numbers of the work that they are doing that I could give you. However, I closed that file. So there was approximately, well, and the animal protection officers that are employed by the Humane Society enforce our animal control bylaw, as well as they are the, they handle the animal protection duties that are under the Animal Protection Act as well. So they are not solely doing work for the City of Regina in enforcement of our bylaw, but there's much more work that they are doing. But for example, the work that they did in 2022 for the city alone, they attended to 2,300 animal calls. That's not, does not include the care that they're taking for the animals that they pick up during that same time, or the work that they're doing for the province.
Are there
And
two
then
officers, Ms. Sikowski?
Pardon me?
Are there two animal bylaw officers?
There are, oh, I could not, I don't know for sure. I think there's about 4, possibly. But I would have to confirm that with the Humane Society. And then again in 2023, they took in 2,600 attendances, or like dispatches, as well as bringing in 3,300 animals in 2023. And then the additional work that they're doing for the provincial welfare.
Okay, so really adding to their plate's not an option. So now I'm going to go to Bylaw. Can Bylaw just absorb this, like right off the top, right now, given housing standard enforcement, everything else that Bylaw does, everything else that Bylaw does, could Bylaw just absorb a pilot project into its existing system?
Through you, Mayor Masters, no.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, because I heard the language cost recovery system, and so if we have, doing quick math, if we know for sure we either need a bylaw officer or we need some expansion into, if you're going to add anything, and we can't, you're going to have to add somebody, so like $50,000 a year, $65,000 a year?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would say that an FTE for a bylaw enforcement officer with loaded costs would be anywhere from $75,000 to $100,000, depending on the level.
Okay, and so in terms of full cost recovery, if we want to start a program, clearly they can do other things, but we're going to transfer the cost of that alone, that employee, onto 20 individuals who want a license for backyard hens? Ever going to recover costs?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think the intent would be to understand what that cost would be and make sure that we can handle the pilot and cover the costs of the pilot, yes. I don't believe that it would be a full FTE in order to do that.
But for 20 in a pilot program, for 20 folks, if it costs $10,000,
Through your mayor, it may.
right. I don't know how it doesn't. I think based upon those animal calls, I'm with Councillor Mancinelli in terms of folks and being responsible and whatever. I see from a cost recovery basis, and when I was looking at some of the stuff coming out of Toronto, which was in 2023, they estimated 500 folks in Toronto wanted backyard hens. When they were looking at the cost, their cost was $460-some thousand, because 500 people dispersed across the city of Toronto, you can get it. And so they were looking at the cost per application perspective, made no sense. Like, it makes no sense. And so to Ms. Anderson's point about how it's designed, but we may be restricted in how it's designed in terms of animal protection from the province as well. I'm just suggesting this might be incredibly expensive for a very small number of people. Yeah, okay, so we're going to take a 15-minute, no, sorry. I just need to check with council. Council, are you okay with a shorter break so we can power through the rest of this? Is 5, 6, 7 minutes good? How do you like that? 5, 6, 7. All right, let's take 5. Let's take 5 minutes. Let's take 5 minutes real quick, folks. Let's take a break and then come on back. Council, I'm just looking for you to sit down. All right.
Shannon's got your back.
Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I want to ask in regards to the animal bylaw officers, do we know, I know if I've made a call or a resident have made a call, they're very hard to come by, and especially after hours. Do we know what the hours they work? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm not specifically familiar of what hours they work, although I do believe there is an emergency measure there that you can get a hold of them. So I can't answer the question definitively.
Okay, thank you. I know that, and I understood from a few emails that they don't work into the night, and there might be an on-call, but I know at times, I know police get a call, which is very odd, but again, people are looking at reporting things like stray dogs and things like that. I guess the other question I ask is about the capacity and the cost. I think, and again, we don't know the demand for this, but we don't know the cost either. And I think that's what I think Mayor Masters was kind of alluding to that. Like, does it become just too costly for the small amount of chickens that we would have?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think that really comes down to what's required through the other jurisdictions legislation that's in place, because I think we would review what those requirements are, and at the end of the day, the whole point of this is, number one, to keep people safe, and number two, to make sure that the animals are properly cared for. So I think if we, as administration, review those parameters and understand what we need to do to achieve those two goals, it could be a relatively low cost should those requirements be low.
Yeah, but which we don't know, but we're not sure of as of yet, correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we do understand that you do need an identification number, a provincial identification number, that is required by provincial law, so that would be one piece. And there's some other requirements that are needed for disease control and things like that, but I wouldn't say that there is a huge body of knowledge that we have now that we would have to work through in that regard.
Look, Councillor Bresciani, Ms. Anderson, she wanted to speak to this as well. Go ahead.
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Masters, I would assume that when we come back in October, like, cost would be a part of the report. And so I think, like, I feel like we're sitting here right now, like we're defending a report that we haven't done yet. Because I would say that there would be a way that it could be, and Eric might not agree with me on this one, but where it could be next to no cost. And again, that's pushing responsibility back on the residents, where basically you have an automated licensing feature where you have to have your PIN number, you check off all the requirements, yard is this, yard is that, and then basically bylaw just shows up on a complaint-based basis. Or you go the complete opposite, where it's like every person that has a chicken, council wants trained experts tied to the city, going there monthly, making sure. And so again, I feel like it's really hard for us right now to talk about exactly the resources and exactly the costs. And I would think that that would have to be, frankly, part of the report that we brought back. It would be bylaw with recommendations and associated costs tied to each of them, and frankly inherent risks, because the autonomy that you put onto residents, you're less proactively checking on each chicken. So there's trade-offs on all of it, but I think that would be included, frankly, as considerations for what we would be bringing forward.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ms. Anderson. I think I struggle, with the motion, because the first line, you're already drafting a bylaw permitting a 2-year backyard hen. So we're already going right to that before we even have the information. And I guess that's the concern. I don't want administration to go through a whole bunch of work to get a bylaw and get all this information and provide a pilot when we don't have costs. What this is going to cost. We don't have the other piece that kind of is, I think, is vitally important in this is engagement. I mean, in my area of town, coyotes are a huge problem on a regular basis. I've sent in service requests. There's been many sightings. I know we're on the edge of the city, but in new areas, coyotes have been a real problem. Maybe just this year and the last 2 years, but they have, and I know they are drawn to chickens. I grew up on a farm. I know that. But I guess the engagement piece, I understood Councillor Zakidniak, indicated that, and I mean, it was a good turnout for people who came to speak. I would agree with that, but I think we have a whole city that should be weighing in if this is something that, through a be heard kind of system, to see if this is something they even want to move forward with before we even draft any type of a bylaw. So that's kind of where I stand. So I won't be able to support the motion because I'm not in support right now without having that information of costs, what the engagement piece needs to be for across the city, if that's through a survey or whatever. I don't want it to be costly or whatever, but I can just tell you from my feedback that I've gotten from the residents have reached out or seen, people wherever I was, if they did, some had said, they did not want that. So that was kind of the majority that I had heard back from. But the other piece was, there was people that I don't think even know this really exists either. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brashear. All right. Sorry, procedural point. Go ahead, Councillor Hawkins.
I'll be very brief. In the end, for me, the evidence that we have that is crystal clear is that there is a zoonotic danger with avian flu and the spread of avian flu. It might not happen often, but when it happens, it's tragic. And in Saskatchewan this summer, a whole farm got wiped out, 500 chickens, because of avian flu. And I think given our lack of expertise as a city in dealing with this kind of thing, given with almost the certainty of high costs to do proper investigation of this kind of urban farming, but especially given the worry about transmission of viruses, which also include in this case salmonella, from the proximity of people with livestock, and in particularly with chickens. The literature is very clear that you shouldn't be petting them, you shouldn't have them up near your mouth or on your shoulder. Given all that, I think there's just a huge risk, and I'm not prepared to take it, so I'm not supporting this.
Sorry, procedurally, Councillor LeBlanc.
Oh, I was just going to ask whether that was a procedural point. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Councillor Zakidniak, there's no other speakers, so please go ahead and close off debate.
Okay, so there will not
I have
be-
my hand up, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so Councillor Stanachek apparently just put her hand up. So please, Councillor, I was checking. Councillor
Sorry.
Stanachek, please go ahead.
This is a proposal to bring back information for a pilot project. And we're talking about a minimum of 20 houses that would be able to have backyard fence. We have heard from the delegations that there are people who already have them, and there have been no concerns raised from like the neighbors of Ms. Snyder who presented.
Councillor Stanachek, sorry to interrupt. Do you have two devices going right now? It's very hard to hear you.
Okay, I've got earbuds in. Is it really difficult to hear me?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. Please go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, and I don't know if it's background noise where I am. I think that considering that a city like Edmonton has been doing this for 10 years, and again, the fact that we do have an example of one resident who's been doing this for 3.5 years, and there haven't been issues, I don't understand why we wouldn't want to do a pilot project. It does not tie us into doing this forever, but it gives us information and data, and I think we should be doing this based on evidence and not just on fears that are unfounded. So I strongly support this and really would like to see this go ahead. I think it fits into a lot of our official policy plans. So I do support this, and I will be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Skiniak, please close off debate.
Okay, so I just want to note that the motion has changed, where there's no longer any language directing administration to prepare a pilot project. All that is being requested is a report outlining how this would work. The report comes to council on or prior to October 9th of this year, outlining the parameters and implications of this project. I think it is really important that we not make assumptions about what this pilot project would look like without receiving this report. We've heard from thousands, literally thousands of residents asking us for this. And what I'm proposing is that we deliver a report. I don't see why we can't at least advance a report that thousands of people have asked us for. And so I do want to note that when I spoke with Edmonton about the issues, what sort of issues that they have, they, as Ms. Anderson was sort of alluding to, they no longer, they don't have extensive requirements that they need for folks to go through in order to keep chickens because they've had so minimal problems. They no longer ban their chickens. They don't do annual coop inspections. They don't do preliminary inspections, and they've had 1 to 2 stray chickens reported a year. Very minimal involvement from their bylaw officers. Again, we would learn all this in a report that will talk about the experiences that 40 to 50 other municipalities already have with backyard hen projects. We would not be the first one. We're not even close to the first one in this scenario. And I also want to say that I've learned a bit about how we ended up with a prohibition against chickens in our animal bylaw in 2009. In 2009, when all of our bylaws were amalgamated in relation to animals to the Regina Animal Bylaw, a section was added to restrict livestock. When the bylaw was passed, Council asked administration to return after more public engagement to determine if an amendment was required for livestock. The report passed on September 20th, 2010, meeting of Council. There were 3 public meetings that resulted in 6 residents requesting chickens to be allowed. A scan at the time revealed that 3 Canadian cities did not allow chickens: Saskatoon, Calgary, and Vancouver, and Edmonton was evaluating options. Since then, Vancouver, Calgary, and Edmonton all allow chickens, and we're up from 6 residents requesting chickens to thousands in support it's time for us, I believe it's time for us to move forward with a pilot, but it's at least time for us to gather some more information about a report, simply a report about what this could look like at council, and we can debate the merits of that report and the project at that time when it comes back to council. I really ask you, please, to just support moving forward with the next step in gathering this information through a report.
Thank you, Councillors Kidniak. Councillor LeBlanc, debate's been closed off, but you have a point of order?
I guess clarification, if allowed, just on the new language.
Sure.
Yeah, which is, to Councillor Zahidniak, do you anticipate consultation as part of this if this does pass?
Report?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do anticipate consultation. The Humane Society had said that they were happy to be part of drafting a proposed pilot project. We have interested stakeholders in terms of, like, Queen City Chickens has offered up ways that they would be happy to assist our city to lessen any burden. And if it makes sense to do any wider consultation, I'm happy to involve whatever it is that council feels is important for them to make this decision in October.
I think, Councillor LeBlanc, you're looking an undertaking and understanding from administration that consultation is involved. If
I guess that's right, just so we all know. Yeah.
So just, Mr. DeWall?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So administration would develop a project team internally, and we would include staff from licensing, parking services, bylaw enforcement, city planning, development, communications, and legal, and have some internal conversations and engagement. We would also engage with the Ministry of Agriculture and the Regina Humane Society. We would talk to Regina Police Service. We would also engage Queen City Chickens, of course, and then pullet and laying hens industry producers as well. Other municipalities, other departments, there's some other folks that we would want to chat with, like solid waste, fire and protective services, and general residents, of course. So this would ensure concerns and lessons learned could be incorporated into our pilot program and necessary resourcing options were in place. It's not expected that additional staff or resources would be required to issue the licenses. And again, like we've discussed, the impact to bylaw fully would have to be understood through this report. So it's anticipated that the development of a pilot could be included either in a backyard hen bylaw specifically, or we do have other bylaw mechanisms that we can leverage to manage things like this. So we currently do manage other animal issues through other bylaws, particularly the community standards bylaw.
Mr. DeWall, it's on engagement. So thanks. I think you've answered the question. Are you satisfied?
Yeah, I understand.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Clerks, can you call the vote, please?
I vote in favor.
Councillor Stanichuk, thank you.
Can't see something. Mayor Masters, the votes in favor of the motion are 5. The votes against the motion are 5. Therefore, the motion is deemed to have been defeated.
Thank you very much to the clerk's office. Council will move on to call on Councillor Cheryl Stanichuk to read. Councillor Stanichuk, are you available to read your motion, Bird Friendly City and World Migratory Bird Day? To introduce
yes,
motion 24-1 and just read out the therefore statement for the record?
Yes. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council endorse our city and community efforts to continue to be a certified bird-friendly city through Nature Canada, and proclaim World Migratory Bird Day on an annual basis. direct administration to promote World Migratory Bird Day on the city's website, and in conjunction with the Bird Friendly City team, support the World Migratory Bird Day event annually on the second Saturday of May. And finally, direct administration to undertake activities to uphold our bird-friendly city status, including continuing to participate on the bird-friendly city team that includes community members and stakeholders, and share information for the annual report card to Nature Canada on activities related to the city's bird-friendly city status.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stadnicek. As Council knows, motions get read. All questions, discussions are to be held until February 14th, 2024 City Council meeting. I will now call upon Councillor John Findura to read notice of motion MN 24-2, the Office Development Policy. Is your mic on?
Yeah. Yes,
all right,
it is.
there you go. Therefore.
Thank you, Mayor. Therefore be resolved to the City Council direct administration to, 1, amend the current Office Development Policy as outlined in Section D5, Goal 5 of the Official Community Plan, OCP, as follows. A, consider medium office development in the warehouse district. B, consider flexibility for unique circumstances not contemplated by the office development policy, size and vacancy rate through a contract zone. And 2, report back to Regina Planning Commission by May of 2024 with these options. Respectfully submitted.
Thank you very much, Councillor Findura. Again, all questions, discussion held until February 14th, 2024 City Council meeting. I will read my notice of motion, co-sponsored by Councillor Stevens, motion 24-3, North Central Neighborhood Revitalization, and read only the therefore statements. Therefore be it resolved that Council empower the youth of the North Central Revitalization Task Force to continue their initiative and A, empower them to guide and lead community engagement to identify community needs and desired neighborhood outcomes. B, to report back to Council regarding their progress and any requests for resources as and when needed, with the first such report to come back within 4 months. 2, to direct administration to appoint a lead coordinator for North Central to measure and report on the work performed by city departments within North Central, and for this coordinator to be a member of the Revitalization Task Force to ensure alignment between community and the city. And 3, to direct the mayor and/or task force to seek out funding and/or partnerships from other levels of governments, including Indigenous government, organization, businesses, or individuals for the initiatives and programs that are identified through their engagement and their work. Again, all questions, discussions held until February 14th of the City Council meeting. Folks, we've got just a couple more things to get through. Bylaws, we'll now consider the following bylaws. 2024-1, Housing Incentive Program Tax Exemption Bylaw. 2024-2, the lead Affordable Access Program Municipal Property Tax Deferral Program, Bylaw 2024. I'm going to ask Deputy Mayor Zakidniak to do the first reading of the bylaw.
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaws number 2024-1 and number 2024-2 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor Masters' first reading has passed in a vote of 9-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, could I ask you to please do second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws number 2024-1 and 2024-2 be read a second time.
Thank you very much. Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerks to start the vote.
Mayor Masters' second reading is passed in a vote of 9-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, can you please do consent for third reading at this meeting, please?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that council hereby consent to bylaws number 2024-1 and number 2024-2 going to a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor Masters, the unanimous consent to proceed to third reading at today's meeting has been achieved with all members voting in favor.
Excellent. Deputy Mayor Zakiniak, can I please have two final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Brasciani, that bylaws number 2024-1 and number 2024-2 be read a third time.
Thank you very much. Clerk, please start the vote.
Mayor Masters' third reading has passed in a vote of 9-0.
Thank you very much. To the clerks, can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Moll. Any opposed to adjournment? Seeing none, thanks very much.